We'll get going. Good. All right, so before I call the meeting to order, there is a public question from our viewing audience. I feel like I'm a talk show host that's about to, we got an actual letter from an actual viewer. So, anyway, so this is a question from Sean Hipkins, and he writes, "Thank you for taking my question. As everyone is likely aware, paid parking is about to come into effect, or now has come into effect. The rationale for the parking program is that in the summer, the program should help to mitigate the excess vehicles in the downtown core. This high period of parking is only for approximately 3 months of the year. My question is, can the program be amended to only be in effect during the high season, so that in the off-season, most of the year, when we don't have parking issues, locals and visitors can enjoy the downtown core without the penalty of paid parking? And if not, why? Myself and many others I work with feel that paid parking will only hurt local businesses, especially during the lower seasons, as it does not encourage people to spend time downtown." So, this is the answer that has been provided to me from administration. And it is, paid parking in the town centre has been designed to be a year-round program for several reasons. First, traffic and parking management are not seasonal concerns. Canmore has become a year-round destination, and there have been increasing levels of visitation throughout the year. In addition to paying to park a vehicle, there are several options available for both residents and visitors to visit the town centre, including free roam transit and active modes of transportation like walking and cycling. Residents can also register for a resident permit and access 3 hours of free parking per day. In other municipalities that have implemented paid parking, there isn't evidence of negative business impact. Paid parking is expected to help create a greater turnover in parking stalls that will allow increased access to the businesses within the town centre. This will likely have a positive impact on town centre businesses. At this time, and for these reasons, the paid parking program will not be amended to become a seasonal program. Administration will continue to monitor the efficacy of the program and the impact on the community and downtown businesses once paid parking is implemented. All right. So with that, I call to order this meeting of the regular meeting of council for Tuesday, July 5th, 2022. And I would ask Ms. Matheson to come forward and provide the land acknowledgement. And thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Molly Matheson, and I was born and raised here in Canmore, Alberta, also known as Chum Kudebi to the Stoney Nakoda people, who are some of the first inhabitants of this land. These days I work down the hall at Family and Community Support Services. It's good, busy, and fulfilling work. Mostly we have a lot of fun down there with various community projects and workshops, but some people who come into our office are really struggling. We do our best to help them, but sometimes it's hard to find the right words to say or a simple solution to a big, complicated problem. One thing that I can always do that doesn't cost a cent is to acknowledge their struggle. Acknowledging doesn't fix everything. It doesn't make problems go away. But when people are acknowledged, you see a small weight lift off their chest. When we acknowledge one another, we see the common humanity in each other. We begin to build relationship. Land acknowledgements work the same way. They aren't going to undo all the problems and all the wrongs that have been done to Indigenous folks. They aren't going to fix everything. And acknowledging is ongoing. We don't just acknowledge someone once and then assume everything is fine the next time we see them. It needs to continue. We keep checking in. We keep trying to do better. Land acknowledgements are a small gesture that remind us that we want to do better going forward. We are all Treaty 7 people, and we all have ongoing responsibilities to one another. So, I would like to acknowledge the first inhabitants of Canmore, the Yahe Nakota Nations, the Chiniki, the Bearspaw, and the Wesley, the Tsuut'ina, the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, and Piikani, and the Métis Nation Region 3. When we are acknowledged, we will rise. And so I will continue to acknowledge every chance I get and humbly offer my commitment to continue listening, learning, and acting on this journey towards reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you. That was touching. Yes. That was touching and very much appreciated. Thank you. Looking to the agenda for July 5th, I know that we're adding an item H3, which is award nomination.
That's right.
Okay.
And it appears we're having a small technical issue. Do we need to pause, Ms. Hyde?
Can we just ask Councillor Ma if he can hear us? The camera is off right now, but we're working on it.
Okay. That's the only change administration has to the agenda is H3.
Maybe that's why. All right. So I'm going to try that again just so we can get it on the record. We have the amendment to the agenda for July 5th, regular meeting council, which is adding H3, award nominations. And so I will move approval of the agenda for July 5th, 2022, regular meeting of council as amended. Looking to council, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And Councillor Ma, good morning. Yeah, there we go. We'll now move to our delegations. And our first delegation is Resilient Canmore Society. Mr. Nelson, welcome to council.
Thank you, and I'm glad to be here.
Oh, just one moment. We're just, we got a technical issue here. Yeah.
It was so much easier with cans and a long string.
Should we take a 5-minute recess? All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Please feel free to have a seat and return to the green room and enjoy yourself. We'll have beverages and refreshments there waiting. Because you're registered, right?
Yeah.
You're just like, are you in the, you're in a parking zone right now? Okay, are you gonna move it in? Let's see. I don't know, 2 hours and you can extend it now, won't we? And if you get 4 hours, they'll probably charge you for water. And so you pay zero and you hit the and then I'll say your parking session started. Okay, so 11:14, you'll have to extend it by another hour. Pardon? Oh.
Yeah, we know. Thank you. Thanks, though. Thanks, Lauren. Thank you.
This is when we get the Jeopardy music.
Yeah. So we're going to start right away soon. Right away. So as soon as we're live streaming again, let me know, and then I'll explain the technical difficulty, and we'll start. Okay.
We tried kicking it. Get me a chair. I'll hit it.
Unplug, plug back in.
When in doubt,
That's what I'm
throw it out
Yeah.
and then pick it back up. Do a hard reset. Get me my hammer.
Okay, we're back. We're still experiencing some technical difficulties, but we're going to proceed. The major difference is that for some reason we don't have a camera. So those who are viewing online will be able to hear us, but will not be able to see us. That said, Councillor Ma, rest assured, we can see you. So when it comes to voting later in the meeting, I'll be able to see you, and if you need to ask a question, I'll be able to acknowledge you, all right? So with that, I'll once again, and apologize for the delay, this is an unusual thing, but once again, I'll call upon Mr. Nelson from Resilient Canmore Society. Welcome to Canmore, and whenever you're ready, the mic is yours.
And will my show up on the screen?
Yeah, it's now going to switch over. So Councillor Hillstad shows that he can see council on his live. Okay. Okay.
The screen share is coming up.
All right. Councillor Ma, can you see us?
I cannot see you guys, but I can hear you. I haven't seen any screen sharing yet, so I was just raising my hand just in case Ruben had started his presentation. There was screen sharing and I was missing out. Thank you.
No, it's not. So it tells me that our camera is working, but what's happening is our Zoom connection.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, because it is live streaming, our cameras are working in the room. It's something with our Zoom connection and our computer here connecting with the projectors. Councillor Ma?
I'm happy to try and follow as Franklin has suggested. I will watch the live stream off of my phone. It's on a bit of a slight delay, but I'll be able to interact with you guys in real time. So
right.
if that is an option moving forward, I'm happy to try and do my best with that.
Yeah,
Thanks.
no, that's great. Our biggest challenge right now is getting Resilient Canmore's presentation up on our screen.
Mm-hmm.
Changing his technology isn't going to address the issue.
I can see the screen share.
Well, and thank you for coming. Your time is up.
Well, I greatly appreciate your generosity, and we'll see you again.
Right. Yeah. Okay, I think we're good to go now. So once again, our apologies.
Can you see that? If I change that, then you... Okay?
All right.
We'll try this again.
The mic is yours.
Mayor Croser, thank you, and members of council. I'm Ruben Nelson, the chair of Resilient Canmore. You have received a brief from us in June, which told you who we are, the progress that we've made, and why nurturing resilience is now important in the kind of world we live in. And today I'll review the key concerns, share the results of a survey, share our conclusions, and make a request to council and answer any questions. The concerns which run through our organization, and we assume that you share, that over time there's a weakening of the community sense in Canmore. If you measure that over decades as opposed to months, that's noticeable. There's increasing fragmentation along familiar fault lines, and there's a concern that those fault lines can deepen and harden. Fault lines such as inequality, the role of development, the role of wildlife, those kind of issues can harden people's attitudes in the world today. The fact that citizens have irregular voices in the government of Canmore, in the governance of Canmore, that's normal in Canada, but there's a desire to make the voice of citizens be regular and worked into the fabric of the community. The fact that as a council, it's uncertain for you when citizens will have your back and when will hang you out to dry, and we can help with that. The work of nurturing whole of community cohesion and resilience is not assigned to any organization in Canmore now, so that work is unassigned. It doesn't get done on a regular basis, which means collectively we're less prepared for increasingly stressful times. So we did a survey. Why? Because we needed to know how concerned are Canmorites about the future of Canmore, and what are they willing to do about it? And so we divided Canmore up into 21 sectors. You can see them there. We deliberately made sure that there was some overlap, that all of the, particularly the small groups that get lost in the shuffle and don't have major voices, that we contacted them. We connected with 60 subgroups in these 21 groups and said, will you make sure that some of your members fill out our survey? We have had responses from 270 persons by the end of June. They're still coming in. That gives us a 90% confidence that there's only a 5% error for a town of this size, which is quite remarkable. And we'll open the survey to all citizens next month so that when you come back from your summer break, we'll have some additional data for you. So I just want to hit the highlights of some of the questions that we asked. How do you feel about the community that Canmore is becoming? 1 was negative, 10 was fully positive. You can see the slope there. That response pattern to us means there's no need to panic, but you can see that there is concern in this community about what's happening to Canmore over time and the community we're becoming. Question 6, as a community, how would you assess our present ability to protect and care for that which is most important to us, given the pressures we will face over the next 30 years? So that's not, are we ready for today, but are we ready for a world that is changing? If you think back 30 years, that's 1990s. That, totally, significantly different world in terms of the stresses and anticipations. We asked 3 questions that allowed people to give longer answers, and these wordles show up, as you know, the words used most commonly. How do you feel about the community that Canmore is becoming? In the explanations, 3 things jump out. The fact that they care about community and the fear that it's being lost, that a lot of this has to do with the pace and nature of development, and therefore one of your priorities, which is livability, is at risk. What are the key features that make Canmore a community you're proud to live in? Not surprising that community is the thing that is most important. I mean, it may be a little surprising to some to say, well, of course it's the landscape. But no, it's not. It's the actual community of Canmore, the people in it, and yes, the wildlife we share it with, and the setting here, the environmental setting. But community is front and center. How do you see the greatest challenges to the community over the next 30 years? Of course, development and the manner in which it's done is the greatest anxiety, affordability, the cost of housing, and again, what we're doing to wildlife. Question 8, do you think that we in Canmore should make new and sustained efforts to respond to the greatest challenges in our community? And here, this is remarkable that how sharply this is skewed to not just 6, 7, and 8, but it's skewed to number 10. the highest, so people are saying, basically shouting at us that, yeah, something needs to be done. How important is it that citizens from all sectors, and let me underline all sectors, one of the things about Resilient Canmore from the beginning is that we are committed to be in touch with and engage with all sectors in this community. And again, the voice of the 270 people is very clear. If such efforts were made, what's the likelihood that you would be involved in it? Because that's important. It's not just, let's do this and other people will do it. So 80% of them say that it is likely to very likely that they would be involved. But we also know there are constraints on people's time. And so we said, tell us the conditions that would make it more likely that you would get involved. And not surprisingly, time is a major constraint in today's world. But they were also concerned, you can see the word council there, clear concern that the council know about what we're doing, that we're in no sense doing it behind your back. In fact, we're doing it with your cooperation and support. We treat these as design criteria, that as we move forward to design the first full year's program, that these things will help inform that design to make it easier for people to participate. So our conclusions, that there is a perceived need and appetite among many citizens and organizations in Canmore for a new and sustained effort to protect and care for our future on a whole of community basis. This new initiative should focus on developing and acting on sound understandings of the emerging future and nurturing community resilience and cohesion. This is an opportunity for Canmore to become the first community in Canada to create new institutional infrastructure, support systems, and relationships that are required to understand and meet the novel requirements for sustained success that are now emerging in the 21st century. And in order to succeed, this community-driven initiative will need a commitment from the town, the council, and its administration. It's critical that we're able to indicate to persons, partner institutions, and funders in and beyond Canmore that you support this community initiative. As we talk to major foundations and they ask us what's the council's attitude to this, we need to say that they're supportive. Without that, they won't take it seriously. There are 15,000 towns in North America, 1,500. No reason we should be funded if the council isn't willing to support us and work with us. And we have a suggestion as to how this should go. So this is our formal request to council, that you acknowledge that there is a perceived need and appetite among many citizens and organizations in Canmore for a new and sustained effort to protect and care for our future on a whole of community basis. That you cooperate with us over the next 9 months as we design a program for 2023-24. That's your next fiscal year. That cooperation doesn't take a lot of time, but we're going to need access occasionally to you as councillors because we need your attitude, we need to test ideas with you, and we'll need to deal with the administration as well because of some kinds of information that you have, and we also need to know what kinds of information you don't have that would be desirable. And we ask that we can report to you in the first quarter of next year to tell you about our plans. And at that time, that's not today, that's at that time, if our plans are acceptable, that you then find at least one way to support our work that is acceptable to you as a council and administration. And so we're doing everything we can so that this is a mutual, strong relationship and that we're in this together for the sake of Canmore. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
If you have questions?
Yes. So there's a slight difference in the asks between what you had on the screen there and what you provided in the information.
Yes.
Which one should we be?
The screen.
The screen?
Yes, this exists, that presentation exists, of course, on tape as well as on this. I assume that each of you will be given a copy of the slide deck. Is that possible? Sure.
All right.
So you will have that. So
Okay.
this presentation preempts anything that's different in the written, because we're demonstrating our resilience. We've learned some things since mid-June when we had the deadline to get that paper document into you, and so we've made some changes.
Right. Okay, thank you for that clarification. With regards to the 270 responses, you said you went out to 21 different subsectors across the community. How many of the subsectors responded? And do you have a breakdown of where the responses came based on subsector?
We do have that information. I don't have it with me as a slide, and I apologize for that. Yes, we had at least some responses from every one of those sectors in Canmore. So there's none that refused to cooperate with us.
Okay.
And we will do a full report that will be a written report that will be available to you when you come back from your summer break, and that will give you the full story of our planning behind this survey, the manner in which it was done, and a more complete analysis. This is simply the highlights to say to you at this time that Resilient Canmore has been working as a volunteer operation, and it was absolutely critical to us that we have a sense of, are we promoting something that people in Canmore will actually play with, or are we just out to lunch?
I would like to see a more detailed report. For example, I'd like to know where the responses came from. I mean, when you indicate the two slides where there was overwhelming support in the positive, I would hope so, because I don't know how you would answer to the negative for those questions of, should we address the greatest challenges? I can't see anybody saying no. And should we, should we involve people from all sectors? I can't see anybody saying no. So, I mean, I take it those, appreciate it, but we have to take a look in the big picture as all the results. Do have a question before opening it up to other councillors. You talk about a new and sustained effort that needs to be made. This is a brand new council with a brand new strategy, and I can tell you, we have heard we know what the greatest challenges are as far as challenges within our community, and we are dedicated to addressing those challenges using whatever means are available to us. How is that different, I mean, than what you're proposing?
A couple of differences. One is, at the moment, you have not gone out to the community and put together a community initiative sponsored by the council to work with you as citizens in an ongoing way over the years. What's more, if you did that, there would be a lot of people in town who would be suspicious, because there goes the council again. It's their initiative. These citizens are kind of their pals, or so what we're offering you is, in fact, a citizens initiative that cares about Canmore as much as you do. We don't have the formal responsibilities at all, but you would actually have a working group that no town in Canada, as far as we know, has now, of people to work with who are citizens, that when people say, well, these are just the pets of the town, these are all citizens you've somehow bought off, the answer is, I'm sorry, we don't get bought. You can occasionally rent us for certain purposes, but that's as far as it goes. So that's one difference that is substantial.
Okay. Look to council for questions. I have a few more, but Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson, for your presentation. In your report that we had in our agenda, you state, the first major benefit is the survival of Canmore as a resilient and cohesive community at a time when many communities in and beyond Alberta will fail. Can you qualify this statement? Why are all the communities going to fail? And I question where that comes from.
Where that's coming from. It fills the news We live in a society that is increasingly polarized. You're aware of that. The op-ed page in the Calgary Herald on Saturday the major article was an article on trust. If you look at many of the blogs in the internet, if you look at the public media, there is a growing concern that the kind of destructive fractiousness that is evident in the United States is taking root here. That's one thing. It's not the only thing. The failure is always multifactorial. But this is a major concern that we in Canada tend to say, well, it can't happen here, until we find that it is happening here, and then sometimes it's taken root in a way that it's too late to deal with it. So that's one of our concerns, that that kind of fractiousness, Canmore set up for that kind of fractiousness. Given the work that you did with consultants a year ago about tourism, it was absolutely clear that there is a division in this community between the major tourism business and many people in Canmore who are up to their ears in tourists and they don't want any more. That's not news to you. So what I'm saying is that one of the concerns of why towns fail is that people stop talking to each other. Another concern is urbanization. And it's as if you look at Alberta as a map, as if we're picking up each side of the map and shaking Alberta and getting everybody into the corridor from Lethbridge to Edmonton, and then it splits a bit. But we're taking people out of the countryside. There are towns that when I was a kid, we used to visit, and now you can't even see that there's a foundation left. It's not only that the elevator's gone. If you didn't know there was a town there 70 years ago, you wouldn't find it today. So that what we're saying is we're after the kind of risks that are not front and center, are not the kind of thing. Most voluntary organizations focus on, here's a problem, we're going to fix it. Our attitude is we want to deal with conditions that are emerging, not as problems that can be fixed, but as conditions that can be coped with and dealt with. So this is more about both as citizens and working with you to give you the kind of background information that you need. One of you asked when the Biosphere Institute was here, and I can't remember which one it was, asked the executive director whether he could help with the question of understanding the future. And his answer was no. Our answer would be yes. One of the things Resilient Canmore will do, the way we understand resilience, is that it is a forward-looking thing, and therefore understanding how the future is emerging is part of that. There's no capacity in Canmore to do that now. And that's not a shot at anybody. I mean, it's not that churches do it and you don't. No one is serious about that. And in a world that is not just as fractious, but as surprising as ours, to not have access to this kind of information and learn to process it and handle it and think about it. The only major institution that has a serious foresight unit at this point is the Government of Canada. No province even has it. There will be something here in Canmore that you can access and ask questions to.
Yeah. So, I mean, I agree we face many complex and serious problems as a community and as a province and as a country. I don't think that is any different than, say, the complexity that has always challenged communities, and heading into the future, we will still face many challenges. How is this not council's role in the community? How are we not doing that?
One of the things that is also happening in the world is that citizens are withdrawing their trust of established bodies. It's happening to the Bank of Canada, it's happening to the Government of Canada, it's happening to town councils. And if you as a council decided that you as a council will go out and establish something like Resilient Canmore, you're going to own it, you're going to control it, it's a council initiative. I can tell you that there are many people in this town who wouldn't touch it with a barge pole.
But is that not contributing to the polarization?
I'm sorry?
That sounds like it contributes to polarization in our community. So,
I'm
and I'm not
saying-
suggesting that we do that. I'm saying, is that not our role now as elected leaders in our community, is to work, we have a department called Community and Social Development. Are we not working on this already?
You're doing all, you have, mostly what you've organized for is to identify problems that are fixable and to work on them. You're not equipped now, nor is any other town in Canada, so Canmore is in a sense, what we're trying to do is make an offer to you that will give you a leg up on the future. Because our sense is, it's my sense, I've been in the business of thinking about the future for decades, and we're moving into a period of time that is going to be much more fractious and much more difficult than the past has been. And I hope I live long enough that you can hold me accountable for that statement.
Thank you, Councillor Faubert, and I was going to ask that same question about the family community comment. Mr. Rubin, if you could just address something that actually, since this has been published, has been asked to me multiple times. You're a resident of the MD.
Yes.
Yeah, and so have you, I was just wondering if you could address how that affects, a Canmore initiative, but secondly, have you thought about a Bow Valley-wide initiative?
I'll deal with the second first. It's easiest. Yes, we have thought about a Bow Valley-wide. We see this as at least a 10-year commitment. It will be judged, obviously, before then as we roll forward, and it will adapt. If we're in a sense nurturing resilience, we will have to demonstrate it ourselves. Simply on the grounds that we are a small group, all volunteers, with the exception of Eli, bless him, provided 20 hours a month from the Resilience Institute, which is our first partner, so that all of this is being done on our time. And simply to get started, we've said, let's limit this to Canmore. We will, of course, talk to the MD, to Banff, you can't live in this valley because the valley leaks in that sense. But in terms of the actual people we want to work with and get established with and learn our own practice, we are doing things here that there's no model for, to say, well, we'll just do what they do in Frankfurt, or we'll just do what they do in Kansas City. We're actually pioneering work that, to the extent that it works, it will get the attention of university scholars around the world. We already have the attention of 3 universities, 2 in Alberta, 1 in BC, of people who are interested in what we're doing and like the idea that Canmore may become a learning lab for these kinds of things. And so in time, yes, the valley. That presumes more money, greater capacity than we have. If we took that on now, I would die of exhaustion, and so would my fellow directors, and so would Eli, before anything got done, and then that would be self-defeating. As for how I happen to, I have my first memories of Canmore go back to the mid-40s as a 5-year-old when the Texaco station was still open on Main Street. And so Canmore has been part of my life, all my life. Heather and I bought in Lac des Arcs in 1968, and so it has been our town. It's, as we tell people from elsewhere, Canmore is where we go to get milk for the cats. And so I've come to know Canmore. As you may know, I came to know Felicity Edwards, and before she died, she was extraordinarily active in this town. I've been a member of the golf club for a long time. I'm thankful for it. Thank you, Karen, and others who've been so active. And it's been a community initiative. I'm active in Ralph Connor Memorial United Church, so that in that sense, Canmore is my town that I identify with, my allegiance. It's not that I don't care about Calgary, where I was born and raised, But if asked, which town is closest to your heart, and would you be willing to volunteer and commit to and try to make a difference in, my answer, hands down, is Canmore. And in time, there will be other chairs. I'm sorry it's a bit embarrassing that, but, you know, live with it. Given my age, it won't be a problem all that much longer.
Well, I hope it's not drawn short prematurely. Thank you for that. Looking to council to see if there are any other questions. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation. I had a chance to read your brief, and I'm curious if you can provide for me some definitions. I was wondering if you could define for me what institutional infrastructure is.
Well, part of it is here. It's simply, we normally think of infrastructure as sewers and water and roads. If you think of one of the things we do as human animals is institutionalize things. And an institution is infrastructure, both in the sense of physical layout, this building, town hall, the patterns of relationship. So we don't just say to young boys and young girls, you know, become a decent person. We organize Girl Guides and Boy Scouts so that as a species, institutions are as common to us as oxygen that we breathe. So what we're offering is a new piece of institutional infrastructure. It's only one small piece among the millions of institutions there are in Canada. There is no choice, no chance. We can either take over Canmore or the country. But we think we need organized infrastructure to deal on a whole of community basis. And you as a council can't afford to raise and spend that kind of money. So that your work, this is no shot at Sally, it's what you've all inherited because we're modern people, but in the modern world, we do pieces better than wholes. And if you follow the work of both complexity theory and systems analysis, you'll see that people are realizing that we have to learn to think about the system as a whole because there are risks to it that aren't simply the risks of each separate part. And that has been the belief in the past. I can send you 2 letters to Her Majesty from the British Academy that make this point absolutely clearly. And so you find in the scientific literature and in practice, more and more people are saying, how do we learn to think in a more holistic way about all of this? As opposed to, well, the business community is over there, and churches are done over here, and you know, mothers who are unwed with their babies are over here. So that's what we're offering. So we won't duplicate the work of any existing body, whether it's the Biosphere Institute or anybody else.
Or council.
Or council, because you're working on the ground with your immediate responsibilities. That's not our job. Our job is to help hover over this, and when we see things, among others to raise it to, is to you, because you're the only ones in this town who have a legal responsibility to govern the town. I don't have that. We absolutely recognize that you are the governors of Canmore, and we see ourselves actually as trying to help and provide something. That's one of the reasons we're doing it over such a long time and so slowly. You will see that we're moving remarkably slowly compared to a group that says, here's a problem, we got to fix it, let's get on to it. We're saying, no, 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 no. We're trying to think in new terms and build new relationships, and you move slowly when you're moving at the speed of trust, because trust does not get established quickly.
Correct.
Correct, and we understand that.
Could you speak to me about accountability? How will this volunteer group that eventually will be asking for money, because I already know that that was initially the case, how will this group remain accountable to not only council, but to the public, but more importantly, council?
That's one of the reasons we want you to work with us over the next 9 months as we work towards our first year's program, so that the answer to that question is mutually satisfying to you and to us. That we have built in ways to do that. It could include, for example, that somebody from the town, whether administration or on council, is a member of our board and therefore has access to our inner workings from day one. It may be something else. It may be that there are people in town that, as a council, you have an extraordinary relationship with, just as citizens, that you all know Jane and whomever, and that you say to us, would you appoint them to your board so that you have access to people you have absolute confidence in? I mean, there are several ways that this can be handled, and we're open to that conversation. We're absolutely, if we worry about trust, as we do, and follow that research, then this has to be done in a way that builds trust. We don't want to come to you. That's why we've changed the ask of you now. It's why we'll plan that when if we report to you again in January, that we can report, because what we've asked for now is that even then, you find some way to support us that suits you. It may not be money. It may be that you say that Sally has found 20% of somebody's time who's a real gem that would work with us. I'm making this up as I go because we haven't had those conversations. I don't know what the look on her face is right now.
I'm not looking at her face. I guess I have the same questions as Councillor Faubert. We've just had an election, and I guess I'm trying to understand what makes the voices of this group more important than the individual voices of people that we speak to on an everyday basis.
It's not.
But they'll
It's
be
not-
given
it's-
money and resources and
it-
time above and beyond other individual constituents or other groups that aren't necessarily feel represented within your group. How does that play out?
It plays out in the following way. In time, you'll understand. I know it's hard to kind of pigeonhole us, to know where to pigeonhole us, because we're actually opening a new space for work and saying that whole of community resilience and cohesion is a piece of work that can be done, and nobody's doing it now. So in that sense, we're not competing with anybody. Yes, there will be some competition for some volunteer time. We think because we're opening new space, and if it turns out that in time you as a council come to trust us and agree on that, it lets us approach foundations with a pitch that isn't just we're another town of 15,000 that needs support, because there's lots of those for foundations to fund, but rather we're a town of 15,000 that is pioneering some new work in civic governance that isn't being done elsewhere, but it draws on these kinds of research that you care about, and therefore to invest in us is actually to invest in a learning laboratory to try out some new stuff. I don't know if you know the name Thomas Homer Dixon. He writes in the Globe and Mail from time to time, was the first director of the Pearson Peace Institute at U of T, and then went to Waterloo to open their institute on global governance. He's now the head of the Cascade Institute, which is his institute, which is housed at Royal Roads, separate from Royal Roads, but housed in it. He has expressed an interest because they have people, their staff is working with complexity theory on the really wicked problems of our modern society. Not work that you and I have to understand happily. But he's also looking for places where some of that work can, in a sense, be field tested. And he's intrigued by the thought that Canmore might be one of those places, because he needs a place where there would be people who have enough understanding of his work and enough understanding of community development and the local community. So all I'm saying is we can also bring resources. My hope would be that even in the first year, that should you make some kind of financial support to us, that it would amount to no more than 5 or 10% of our budget. That we've been successful in other places in getting people's attention, because we're not just another town of 15,000 trying to, attract a few resources. We're an extraordinary town given the setting, the people who are here, their knowledge base, their scientific base, the degree to which we are well traveled in this town. We can become a town that in time, one of the things that people look to is Canmore is the place you go for the cutting edge of civic governance. And that we're holding not just local, but national and even international events with your cooperation and support. And that doesn't always mean a tax on your budget. It means that in time, as time goes by, you understand these things. I can offer you, you don't have to make it now, but I would be delighted at whatever frequency suits you to be able to send you documents that may be as small as 1 page, not more than 10, that are just out there in a way that help, in a sense, build the understanding that there's actually work to do in a new way, in a new space. And it's just an accident that I know these things. I think I was dropped as a baby and haven't been right since. But I got into this field as it was starting, so I've grown up with it. But it also means I have access to some of the most extraordinary people around the world. Great. And I'm happy to use those relationships for the sake of this town and what we're doing. The aspirations here are extraordinary. And this is not meant to compete with anybody who's now doing more practical things.
Interesting. Thank you.
Councillor Hillstad.
Thank you for your presentation. Just want to go back to the whole trust bit, just because I'm still struggling to understand how partnering with Resilient Canmore would build that trust in the community, because some of the examples you just gave of if we have a really good friend and then we want to point them to the board, that to me just undermines the trust, because if people don't trust council already, I don't see how that's going to help. So maybe it was just a bad example, I don't know, but I'm finding the whole trust thing, I don't see why there would be added trust when we'd be tied at the hip. And so most people that don't trust government are still going to not trust that, even if it's a volunteer organization or whatever, especially if we're appointing board members, or because again, to build that trust between us, people are going to look at it and say, well, they just picked who they wanted to. How is this any different? So that's where I'm struggling right now with this. I think some of these are some great ideas and things, but that's kind of my one big issue, is that you brought up that, there's this eroding trust across the country, probably across the world with governments. But I don't see how this solves it, because it just sounds more of the same.
Yeah. The lack of trust is not a problem to be solved. It can't be solved in that sense. This is like any human relationship. All you can do is either ignore it, in which case the relationship tends to go downhill at some speed over time, or face up to it and work with it. So that one of the things we could, and again, we don't have at this point a plan to answer your question, but we could do something like this, that as we talk with people in Canmore, which we will, that's our a main function, and as we get people together across these different subsets that are out there, ideas may emerge to, well, if the council did this, we might trust them a little more. And if we pursue that and it develops into something that's actually a not unreasonable proposal, you will hear about it, in the sense of it will be offered to you to say, here's something that, an adjustment you could make of some kind that for some, there's no magic elixir out there. We are human beings in a period of time where our cultural formation has prepared us for yesterday, not tomorrow. And that's none of our fault. And all we're doing is, all of us, swimming as hard as we can to cope with these changes. So, Jeff, I don't have a magic elixir, but I've been in the business of community development for 6 decades and dealt with some really quite naughty, KNOTTY, issues. And so there are things that can be done. But I don't have, 6 things right now. In part, we don't know each other well enough to have that conversation. I mean, that's true in a sense for all of you. This is the first time that we've been here. And I'm not, I honor the fact that, that many of you will be asking yourselves, how much can we trust this guy and these people?
Thank you.
Councillor Graham.
I was up there.
Okay, Councillor Graham and then Councillor Mo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. These are big ideas encompassing global issues and then trying to bring it down into a very local level. And
Yes.
I appreciate the efforts for sure. Those are challenging tasks. If you had council support, what does success look to you? You said you're looking at like a 10-year plan. What does the community look like to you in 10 years?
I can't answer that question because one of the things that would be different in 10 years if we are successful and work with this council and successive councils is that it would be far clearer to everybody in town that this town is committed to surfacing the voice of the town and honoring that. And so it puts you in it puts any council and people in the town as well more comfort, but also puts you in a position where you can say with greater clarity, this is the kind of town we're in. I mean, I'm sure we've all had offers from other people to say, come on, let's do this, and that your response has been, I'm sorry, I don't do that. So I don't have to think about it, don't have to have a white paper, don't have to study it. It's just not within the things we do. And at the moment, serious money and serious power is in the position that they can spend millions, tens of millions, if the stakes are high enough, hundreds of millions of dollars in preparing to seduce the town in some way or other to do something that the town may not be willing to do. And so one of the things that would be clearer is that Canmore owns its future, and that's Canmore as a town. If you come and live here, you'll be part of a community that owns its future more clearly than most towns do. Because if you look at Calgary now, Calgary's future, the town council there is wrestling with how many new subdivisions they have to build because they're stuck with what appears to be an objective fact that Calgary 4 years from now will have 88,000 more people than it has now. And they can't do a damn thing about that. Because over the years, Calgary has given its soul away to developers. And they've put the rules in place that, in effect, the developers call the shot, and they know that for every new development, it actually costs the existing people in Calgary. So it's raising existing people's taxes for the sake of new housing somewhere. What I'm saying is that as that gets worse and trust decreases and handguns become more common, Calgary now has a shooting every other day. That was not the case when I grew up there. It was not even the case 20 years ago. So what I would know is that psychologically, the people here will be more confident that as a community, we have more influence on our future than is normal.
Thank you, sir.
However that then turns out to be in specific instances.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Nelson. I know at times this seems esoteric, at least I find it for myself. But also when it comes to, say, like relationship building, I do understand that these things come forth step by step. And along the way, you know, if each step progresses to the next way, the relationship can deepen. Could you clarify for me what the next step would be for in Resilient Canmore's Hope? Because I'm willing to try to understand that leap of faith to that next step. Yeah.
The next step for us, once we, I mean, we will work as you take a break. I understand you will not meet again until mid-August. And so we won't even, we're not likely to receive a formal decision from you until that time. That's my understanding. That may not be right. But we as a group will then shift our attention from preparing for this and doing, which included the survey. So that has been our focus for the last few months. Our next steps will be fundraising, to begin to reach out to pots of money who care about the future in the terms that I've described to you. These would be people who think it's important that the voice of citizens be heard in ways that are responsible and clear and honorable. So fundraising will be part of our work, and we will begin to be in touch with a variety of people, both in Canmore and beyond Canmore, to be creating a potpourri of possible ideas for our first year. So we've got a three-pronged strategy: funding, begin to collect together possibilities that we can use in the first year, and thirdly, to be establishing relationships of trust with some of the other key players in town, which ranges from the new director of the Canmore Museum to the new executive director of the Biosphere Institute and others, because they will have questions about us as well. They will wonder whether we are going to come as you do, just trample on your turf. And our answer will be no, but we'll need to start building those relationships so that if you give us an opportunity to talk with you again in January in a more formal way, that we will have some testimony from a variety of people in town saying we now understand what these folks are doing, and that they're in a space that they're in a new space that we're not in, and we think it's space that the work should be done in. We don't have that now.
Okay, that's helpful, Ruben. Thank you. Between now and, say, like our next council meeting in August, would it be possible for Resilient Canmore to forward more of the data they're doing, more of their collection, and some of their other steps, just in maybe like a formalized sort of perhaps report, just so like we can keep our finger on the pulse of what it is that you guys are doing?
If that's what you would like us to do, we will do our best to do it. In other words, we want to be as responsive to council as we can. We understand that we do not have a relationship of either, we're not well known to each other. My grandmother would say we're acquainted, as opposed to we know each other. And we want to move from acquaintanceship on the path to knowing each other and trusting each other. And that will include things that at your end to say, well, could you do this? And if it's at all possible, we will do it.
Okay.
So if you make that request in a formal way, we will take it very seriously.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Nelson, for your presentation today. As you alluded to, yes, we don't make any decisions today. Our next meeting is August 16th, and our process is to put the request that you provided on the slides to council for some sort of response at our next meeting. To that end, I think that it's been stated by a few of us that more information around the representation of the numbers would be helpful. Since we meet on August 16th, if you're able to provide us additional information by August 9th, that would be very helpful. As you and I have met over some coffees from time to time, I've indicated to you that conceptually there's something intriguing here. However, it has to be representative of the entire community to be something that council could even discuss much further. And to that end, I am a little concerned by some of the comments that you've made that have identified perhaps some concerns within the community that naturally pit against other parts of the community. For example, with tourism, tourism provides over 4,000 jobs in town. There are a lot of people that very much appreciate tourism because it puts bread on their table. So we would want to make sure that there's representation by tourism and business and environment and arts and culture and sports and civil society and developers. And because they're all residents in our community and they're all sectors in our community. And without, that sort of engagement, then it really is simply representing of a smaller subset. So I would encourage that. Also, some greater clarity around what is the added value to civic governance. Myself and a couple of others have reflected on the fact that the election was just in October. We had a survey sample size of 4,838, and they chose this group to move forward with civic governance, and this group cannot be bought, cannot be rented, and that sort of misinformation and innuendo that sometimes exists, that's something that should not be perpetuated through through an effort to say, hey, because there's that, we need to do something else. We should just all be pushing back against misinformation. And how can this help with that? That would be interesting to know. So so additional information and additional responses in this regard, and I recognize I've just listed a number of things, but you'll be able to watch the recording and be able to catch up on those. And thank you for your time, and thank you for your patience today with our technical difficulties. And we look forward to having discussions further about this next month.
Thank you for your time and attention.
Great, thank you. We're now going to move to our next delegation, which is the Bow Valley Victim Services Annual Update. Mr. Quinn. Mr. Quinn, welcome to Council.
Thanks for inviting me to join you. Yeah. It's nice. I like coming to Council, and I like it because we've been partners for 26 years. So you've helped us financially for 26 years, and we've partnered in helping the community that long. So it's nice to thank you and be here in person. I'd like to introduce you to two of our board members, Kathy Reich and Jane Brito-Hudspeth, that joined me today as well.
Welcome.
And I'd like to thank Sally, because Sally had invited me back in, and all the affiliates back in January, and she was very good with the attention to detail in the email, and suggested that council would benefit from knowing what we do, our achievements over the past year, maybe where the money goes, and then the direction at where are we going in the future. So I'm very good at making a short story long. So attention to detail and being concise is probably helpful for me. So I know a lot of you know what we do, but some of you might know less. So what we do really, we're a specialised service that works at our main office is at the Banff RCMP. We support Canmore RCMP, Lake Louise RCMP, and the surrounding communities, and we help people that are going through difficult times in their life that have been victimised by crime or trauma. So how we do that, we do it in a number of ways, but going back to sort of how we started, it goes back to 94. So in 94, all the agencies in Canmore and Bow Valley, and they're looking to say, well, what gaps do we have in our social safety net? And one of the gaps was after hours. So things were happening in the Bow Valley that they couldn't respond to. So it was like we need the ability to be able to respond to difficult situations after hours. So that was one of the things that Bow Valley was tasked with back in '94, to say, these are the incidents we need to help with. It could be domestic violence, it could be sudden deaths, it could be deaths on the highway, it could be sexual violence, it could be significant events that impact people's lives potentially forever, and these people need help. And I was fortunate enough to start with the program back in '94, and in that time it's been very clear, and probably I think all you folks would agree, the quicker people get help, the better they do and the better they are at processing the difficulties and dealing with the difficulties that they face. So that's certainly one of our goals. And if you looked at the world back in the 90s as well, there was an increasing awareness that there was an imbalance in the criminal justice system, that there was a lot of effort and energy put in by sort of provincial and federal governments into the rights of offenders, but victims were kind of neglected. There was a gap in victims' rights, and it's kind of a little bit pointless in some regards giving people rights if there's no steps to implement those rights. So what happened? Programs like us developed all across Alberta because we were the ones that were able to let people know about their rights but implement those rights for them. So that's kind of what we do. We support people in difficult times, and really our goal is simple. We follow people's lead and we try to limit the impact of the trauma that they've experienced as much as we can. And sometimes we do that just with those individuals, and sometimes we partner with a whole bunch of agencies, because I think what I've learned is people do best in difficult times when they have like a network. If you're an athlete, you would want a sports psychologist, a physio, a chiropractor. You would want a team of people if you want to get ahead. And dealing with trauma is the same. You want kind of a team of people that are specialists in different areas, and we sort of like to feel like we're part of that team. And when I talk about dealing with trauma too, it's not an abstract thing that this is the people that we help. Everybody deals with difficult times in their life, whether you want to or not. We're all faced with difficult times in our life. And I was on the town website a couple of weeks ago, and there was the Bow water was rising, and sort of the town had sort of put some updates on it, and there was a little quote. It said, and this is the town's quote, "In uncertain times, everybody needs a little help." So it's true. It's true. So we like to feel like we provide that little help. And we do it by connection. We do it structurally with the support of our board. We have a governance board. We have about 25 volunteers that dedicate themselves to providing after-hours assistance. 2 people last night. There was an event that happened, that's sort of a significant event, and the police, we're connected with the police and other agencies, because normally they're the first people to get called out. 2 people last night went out, helped some people that sort of something pretty significant befell them last night, and it finished up one of the things we provide is practical assistance. So 2 of our volunteers drove some people home back to Calgary because they couldn't get there any other way, and it's the middle of the night, and the hospital said, we've got these people and they need to get home. So sometimes what we provide is very simple, but there's a complexity of the connection that you make with people at that time. Some people, it's information. Like today, you're trying to make decisions, but you can only make decisions with information. And when you're going through traumatic events, you need information. It's not me telling people what to do or other people telling you what to do. It's individuals getting the information they need to make good decisions as they move forward. So this is what we do. So we provide people with information. We want to get what we do, and we want to get it right. So we did an extensive study. So we did it across Alberta and focused regionally. And what people told us was the number one thing that helped them with their recovery was someone to listen, someone that listened. So that's the simplicity of it. If we shut up and listen, we're probably doing a good job. So that's what we try to do. We try to listen to people and then fill in those gaps with the support. So that's kind of what we've tried to do. Our successes, we survived COVID, so that was a success. So that was good. We've sort of, since '94, we've helped 16,000 people. We've been involved in 8,000 of different events. We've gone to court with people. We've gone to court with 2,500 people. We've done educational programs for 26,000 people because we believe that the better educated people are. So we've done all those things. Last year we helped about 450 people, and about 150 of those people were in Canmore, and about half of those 150 people were involved with domestic violence. So that's probably the main thing we focus on. The money you generously give us each year, we provide it to operation. We get about half our money from the provincial government. We get about a quarter of our money from local governments, which is Canmore, Banff, MD Bighorn and Lake Louise. Everyone contributes a certain amount of money. So, and we put that to operations, which is largely staff. We have 3 people that is equivalent to 2 staff members. We're sort of, if you add up the hours, so that's what we do to keep the program functioning. So we feel like we do a lot with a pretty meager budget. And the last question, I could probably spend 3 hours here, which would kill you, but where we're going is tricky, because we're faced at the moment, we're faced with what we want to do is do a better job. We feel like the more research and the more understanding of how people respond to trauma, there's an onus for us to learn that so we can do a better job helping people. We appreciate we don't get it right and we could do it better, so that's what we want to do. The provincial government has a different idea. The provincial government 3 years ago said they want to review services to victims of crime, and they kind of left it as a pretty vague statement. Since that time, they've changed the Victims of Crime Act to allow it to provide funding for public safety initiatives. Last operational year, the Minister just put out a report a couple of days ago. They took $20 million that went to financial benefits 2 years ago, so $20 million that's raised by surcharges, that's how we're funded. So every time you get a speeding ticket, 20% now goes to services. Pardon? I think it might just, I think it went from 15 to 20. It's gone up to 50? Okay. Sure.
I think you're talking about the surcharges.
Surcharges, yeah. Yeah, provincial surcharges on speeding tickets and... Yeah, it's okay. But anyway, it was increased. The money goes into a big pool of money, and then that money goes out to communities to fund programs and to victims of crime. So that fund, 20 million went to financial benefits to help people rebuild their lives after serious and violent crime. Last year they spent 5 million. And my number's a little vague, but it's sort of around the 20, around the 5 million. So it was a significant decrease that the provincial government did. So their idea of supporting victims financially has been a significant decrease, and they did a MLA review in 2020, and that finished. The MLAs did a fantastic job, I should add, listening to what people had to say, but a report was written, and that report's been sitting on the Minister's desk approximately a year and a half as to what services in Alberta should look like, and we don't know what's in the report. It's been sitting on the Minister's desk for a year and a half, so we've got one idea what our future should be. It might change. It might change depending what the Minister's report is and depending what the provincial government does. The Premier, in his budget announcement back I guess would have been earlier this year, had indicated that he's looking at regionalisation, and the Minister in his recent report said he's looking at making victim service programs zonal. So it's, if you draw a line, like draw up sort of, make Alberta look a bit like a zebra, just draw like 4 or 5 lines, that could be what we look like. And in many regards, without knowing the details, it's hard to comment on it. But in theory, I would be opposed to that because they tried to, there was attempts to regionalise healthcare, there was attempts to regionalise child services. Most times regionalisation of programs doesn't work because we really try to be responsive to the needs of the communities in the Bow Valley, and I feel like we're a unique area, and we're different than Cochrane, no fault to Cochrane or Airdrie, but they're very different communities. They have their own set of needs, and they need to focus on their needs. If you go further east, if you go to sort of Oyen and near the Saskatchewan border, they have their own needs. I don't think it benefits victims of crime if we're all lumped together. I can't possibly understand and see how that can benefit people. I really don't. So I greatly appreciate the town. Last year you wrote a letter to our MLA Rosen, supporting the work we do, because really that's, moving forward, that's our goal. We want to continue what we're doing and get better at it. It's as simple as that. And we're not sure if we're going to be able to do that. And it'll unfold over the next year. And the reason I'm telling you all this is really, when I say you've been a partner, you have been a partner. We've really been proud of the partnerships we've had and the work we've done together, because we can't do it by ourselves. And I feel like we've achieved a lot in that time, and we just want to keep achieving it. And if the government can say our changes are going to help victims of crime, you don't need to listen to me. Listen to their reason and rationale, and maybe support the changes. But if they can't come up with good rationale and reason why this helps people more, I would really ask you for your support as we go through these changes to say, well, this doesn't make sense to me. And there was a nice, interesting conversation about trust with the last presentation. And my feeling is, you were spending $20 million, and now you've cut back that to $5 million. In my mind, that would show an indication of a decrease in trust of how you're providing help and support to these people. So I'll leave it at that, because I've heard the beep, and you've been very kind not to cut me off. So I do thank you for the chance to. I think it's great you have a chance to learn what we do and know where the money you spend goes.
Yeah. One of the technical difficulties we're suffering is the hatch door. It doesn't work right now, so when the buzzer goes...
That is good, I know. But that would be a nice innovation. It's like...
Exactly. No, thank you, Mr. Quinn.
Yeah.
I would like to, well, first of all, thank you for the work that you and all of your volunteers do and your board does. It's an essential service as far as I'm concerned in the Bow Valley. And I certainly would be willing, and I would be willing to say for council that we'd be willing to continue the support that's been provided in the past in advocacy. So please let me know if I can help in that regard.
Thank you.
And look to council to see if there's any questions. Councillor Mara.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Quinn, for your presentation.
Welcome.
And I will just reiterate the big thank you to you and your organization and your volunteers. When it comes to your volunteers, do they have to do a special training, and is there a cost to it?
There's no cost to those volunteers, and there's no cost to us. There is some cost to the training we provide, but they have to get an enhanced security clearance from the RCMP initially. So they basically come out with not just a page to say they have no criminal record. It's basically a very similar clearance that an RCMP officer gets. So RCMP provides that. They do an online course provided by the provincial government. It's 37 modules, and it could be sort of up to 60 hours. And then we haven't the last couple of years, but we supplement that training with events that they will be responding to, like sudden death, sexual violence, domestic violence. We get trauma. We get subject experts that have been working in the field for 30 years, and then we do in-house presentations as well to provide those people, because we want to get it right. We don't want people going that are going to cause, even if their intention is well-meaning, we don't want to cause more harm than good. Like the Dr. Credo, don't do harm. We take that seriously. So a lot of people that ask to volunteer with us, we actually turn them down, because we don't want, intentions don't mean you're going to be good in those situations. We want people that are going to be able to benefit and be of help to people.
Thank you. Also, you mentioned that you filled the gap that was after hours. Are you 24/7,
service,
or are you just certain at night?
No, we provide 24/7. Like last night, there was 2 people on call, and sort of they finished up getting called by the Mineral Springs Hospital. There was, tonight there'll be 2 people on call. So we have people on call to respond to that after hours, and like in last 5 days we've had sort of. Not in the evenings, but in the daytime. There's staff cover the daytime. We've had like 5 different calls, because, as you probably noticed, summer's getting busy. So, and things happen, and we provide probably 3/4 of our service to residents and maybe about 1/4 to visitors. But people are lost here. People come from other communities, and something happens that befalls them, and they need help. And I feel like as a community, we have an onus and responsibility to help those people if we can.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn, for your presentation. I know very well the work that your organization does, having been the court reporter for many years. and it's really important work. My question is, how does the service delivery model for victim services compare, like how does Alberta's compare prior to the changes across to what goes on across Canada?
You know, I did a few years ago, I've done a long time, and I went to an international conference a few years ago and did it with the RCMP and the head of person responsible Justice Solicitor General. The three of us will put this model forward, this international conference. This is one of the leading models in the world because it's brought in, it's community-based, it's responsive to people's needs, and then it's brought in by all the, like even just recently, the chiefs of police did a glowing endorsement of the services we provide. The Crown's said, we don't get the same conviction rates and support to people without you. So it's subjective, but a lot of people would say that we have the most extensive network in Canada, and Canada has one of the best victim service programs in the world. So subjectively, we've provided, it's all over the province, and it's been a very successful model. And in the MLO consultation, there was no indication that that model wasn't successful.
Well, I'll just say that I question the need for changes to how this is being done, and if there's anything that you need, any more advocacy work that can be done, I'm happy to engage in that with you.
Thanks.
So, thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Councillor Graham.
Thank you for all the work that you've done over the years, Mr. Quinn, and your organization and your volunteers. I think I know the answers to these questions, but I just want to get some clarity on. Trending stats, are things getting better around here, or do we have less crime? Do we have less people, less victims? Or are we going the other way?
It's super hard to know. It's super hard to know. Like this will shock you. Sexual assault now last year, because we sort of monitored different trends, and sexual violence in the Bow Valley went up threefold in the Bow Valley, and fourfold in Banff. But before, I know you're going, wow, that's terrible. But if you looked at the reporting rate because this is people coming forward asking for help after sexual violence, but if you look at the reporting rate before that, it was 7%. So 93% of people that were being sexually violated weren't reporting it. They were holding it to themselves. So to answer your question, it's incredibly difficult to know if sexual violence has gone up, or my belief would be that there's probably, with the change in our culture and the more awareness, there's more people coming forward reporting it. So people aren't holding it to themselves, they're speaking out about it, they're getting help, and they're dealing with the trauma that's happened in their life. So that's an example. I don't know the answer, but maybe it's just more people. Domestic violence is kind of similar. Since we started, we've had like a fourfold increase in the number of people that we help, but maybe more people are coming forward asking for help, which is kind of, I think, because before reporting rape for domestic violence was 25%. So maybe that's one of the areas of growth for us, is a lot of things happen that people never come forward and get help. And the impact of trauma on our society is incredibly undervalued. There's a lot of trauma that happens to people when they're young, can stay with them all their life. Absolutely. And affects their life and affects their kids. Certainly. So the quicker people that can be dealt with, the better we are as a society.
Maybe let me rephrase my question a little bit.
Sure.
Are you busier or less busy than you've been in the past?
It dropped 10% with COVID, so we had 10% reduction with COVID, and before that we sort of really, we've seen a steady increase, so we've sort of seen maybe a 5% increase each year, so with domestic violence is probably in a 10-year period has doubled, for example. So we see a steady increase, but in fairness, there's been a steady increase in population as well. Mm-hmm. So do I think crime's gone up population-wise? No, I think as a kid, as someone who lives in the community, I think it's a very safe place. It's a very good place to live still. Sure. We deal with trauma and we deal with victims of crime, so more people using the backcountry and more events happen.
Has your funding increased with that growth?
No, not proportionally, no. We've certainly, it's increased, and with our main funding partner that we're looking to get increases from is provincial government. So we get about 50% of our budget. Some programs get 80, 90, 100% of their funding from provincial government. So we've always questioned why is that the case, and we've never got a straight answer. So
I too would like to lend my voice to the advocacy that we can do for you, and continue the great work that you do. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions of council? Seeing none. Mr. Quinn, once again, thank you. I think you hear that there's good support, and that's because it's essential work that needs to be done. Many have said some variation of the measure of society is how we treat our most vulnerable. Our most vulnerable includes those who are at risk in times of crisis. And you certainly, and your volunteers certainly step into that breach, and we can never underestimate the power of just simply being with somebody who's in trouble. Yeah. And needs that presence. It's literally life-saving and can change the course of one's life. So thank you.
Thank you for your time this morning, and thank you for keeping the work you do and keeping that social safety net there for people in Canmore and visitors. Thanks.
Thank you. Now turning to item D1, the minutes of May 24th special meeting. I did notice one thing, and that's on page 21 of the agenda. It's, I think, those who are speaking in favor. Mr. Wall is listed there, and neither written or verbal is X, has an X next to his name. So I think that's just an editorial thing, just to go back and check the record, please. So other than that, are there any other questions or errors or omissions that anyone noticed with the minutes? Seeing none, I'll move that we approve the minutes of May 24th, 2022 special meeting of council. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now moving to the minutes of June 7th, regular meeting of council. Any errors or omissions that anyone noticed? Seeing none, I move approval of the minutes of June 7th, 2022 regular meeting of council. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now move to item E1, business arising from the minutes. We have a request here from the Bow Valley Clean Air Society. And I'm going to make a motion that council refer the Bow Valley Clean Air Society request to administration for review and recommendation, and if the recommendation is in support of the request, to provide council with a draft closed door bylaw for consideration. I'd look to the clerk to put up on screen a copy of that motion, please. There it is. I think that there was some interesting information provided by the Bow Valley Clean Air Society, and I do know that our neighbor Banff has looked at this as well, as it seems to be something that takes place in both of our communities. So I would encourage support of this motion so administration could take a look and come back with their recommendation. And I've included the part about providing a draft closed door bylaw if that is in fact the recommendation, just so that we don't need to go through the additional step of then requesting it later. Speaking to that motion, Councillor Hillstad.
Thank you. So I'm open to this motion. Just one thing I would like to just preface and maybe add as a recommendation potentially would be to look at partnerships between the BIA, TCK, the Chamber, to actually work with these businesses, not only in to close their doors, but just in other ways that they can help the town of Canmore get to our climate action goals. Just to actually partner with them, in a more broad way. Personally, I'm hoping we don't need to go to a bylaw. The bylaw just feels a little heavy-handed at this point. It's, I don't know if we've really reached out to any of these businesses. I know the Clean Air Society did, but, there's different reasons why people leave their doors open. Maybe it is just a marketing ploy, maybe it's whatever, but I think, a little more education, just trying to get people on board with our climate action goals would be a better first step in my mind than going straight to the heavy-handed bylaw approach. And also it just creates more work for Bylaw, and I think they have enough on their plate as it is. So that's just my thought. I'm not sure if we need to add that or if it's just me verbally saying it was enough. Just as we're looking for administration to review and recommendations, it's just something that I would hope that would be looked at, just because, again, this kind of seems like the last resort to me. I think we should look at some other options before throwing down a bylaw.
I agree with you, and I would take that as part of the review and recommendation. I hope that there would, in particular, would be a conversation between the town and the Downtown Canmore Business Association to get a sense of what sort of perhaps education or communication could be possible that could achieve goals, and maybe the closed door bylaw is one of those things that is maybe not needed, or if it is recommended, maybe it's just as a backstop to those educational efforts. And I think that would be included within the review and recommendation. So thank you for those comments. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too will be in support of this motion. To Councillor Hillstad's point, I had a conversation with one of the downtown business owners asking why the doors were left open. And I was told that it was because everybody else was doing it, and that if we wanted to solve this problem, a bylaw was necessary. And I too thought that was heavy-handed and a little disappointing, to be quite frank. But such was the sentiment. I look forward to supporting this motion.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. I agree with you, Councillor Hillstad. It would be great if businesses as a whole are able to do this without it being heavy-handed in terms of a bylaw. At the end of the day, we all have, or we say we have as a community, clear goals in terms of climate change. And that doesn't necessarily mean, only when it's convenient for us to address climate change, but sometimes when it's inconvenient. And sometimes that means closing our door, or the host of other options available to us as members of this country and of this community in terms of how we make changes in our lives every day to combat this and wrestle this big problem we have. So I appreciate you bringing that up. It seems to me, when I was reading the article with regards to this in the newspaper, to this item in the newspaper a few weeks ago, that it was the understanding of the public that council had brought this forward, when indeed it's the Bow Valley Clean Air Society, which is a well-established organization within our community, that brought it forward and did the research through their volunteers. Thank you very much, Bow Valley Clean Air Society. And so I appreciate them bringing it forward as a citizen group. But if we say we want to try to combat climate change, this is one easy little way that we individually can do so. Yeah. So I look forward to seeing this come forward to council and looking it over with my colleagues.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you. I will support the motion. I remain open-minded to this idea. I think that my initial reaction, I had some concerns about policing doors and door police and people going around, like, you have to close, like, the enforcement of this. And that's why I think hearing back from administration is going to be incredibly informative for us as a council on which direction to go, because actualizing this, what it looks like, will be really important. I also want to understand if is this a priority? Is this an easy way to reduce some greenhouse gases with very little cost or effort on our part? And the benefit, right? So do we have the resources to do this? I think we can do this. I think there's ways to do it. And Banff has already been doing some of that work, so we can kind of like drift off their wake a bit and learn from that process. But this is one of those examples of something that appears to be uniquely us. And it would be nice if we didn't have to do this. But I remain open-minded that we might want to.
Thank you. It's going to be Councillor Mara and then Councillor Ma.
Thank you for bringing this forward. I will support this proposed motion. I do agree with Councillor Hilstead. I think there was and will be more work to be done before it would come to a bylaw. I also agree with some of what Councillor Forber has said. I know I mentioned when they did the presentation at council that I would have liked to have seen more work done with the groups. And I would like to sort of put it out there too that, I mean, downtown has been mentioned, but it would be applied to all businesses, I would hope, in the presentation or recommendation brought back from council. So, I mean, administration, I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mara. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will support this, but as a representative of the BIA, I do hope that the recommendations put forth by administration take into effect like nuance. So, for example, there are various businesses that are challenged with like heat within their buildings on a cold day, whether you're working with commercial ovens, etc. It's the sort of thing where, for them, perhaps like the easiest way to reduce the heat and create a safe working environment is to open the doors and flush it out. And maybe that's an easier way than for them to, say, fire up another sort of air conditioning unit in the middle of winter, which actually goes against our concerns of trying to reduce greenhouse gases. So a little bit of nuance there is helpful. I'd like to see administration's recommendations on how viable enforcement is, because that is one of the sentiments across, as Councillor Graham also mentioned, is like, there's this perceived competitive disadvantage, and if it's not being policed, then we're kind of having a bylaw for the spirit of having a bylaw, but not really doing something about it, which then kind of leads to another set of situations down the road. So yes, those are my pieces. I'd also say just with this as well, downtown businesses have been going through a lot right now. Coming out of COVID, everyone's processing the changes of parking. And I think just that sensitivity towards that. And I really sincerely hope that education will get us to where we need to go, as opposed to being into the heavy-handedness of bylaw. But I look forward to seeing what administration brings forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ma, and thank you to everyone for speaking so eloquently to this motion. And I echo the thanks to the Bow Valley Clean Air Society as bringing this forward as an issue for consideration as we all work together towards our climate change goals. So with that, I will call the question on the motion. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We're going to get through E2 and then we're going to take a break. So moving to the Bow Valley Connections Center requests. Moment while I get to them here. Okay, so they have two requests. One was with respect to advocacy and the other one was with respect to space. So turning first to their first request regarding advocacy, I'm going to make a motion and we'll ask the clerk to please put it up there. Thank you. Regarding advocacy, that council support Bow Valley Connection Center in their advocacy to the province of Alberta, and in particular the Alberta Social Housing Corporation, for the creation of supported housing for individuals with disabilities in the Bow Valley. And as Ms. Lambert was presenting, and I asked the question, so what would that look like, and she indicated that they would take the lead, and it would be things like letters of support, and I'd be willing to attend a meeting if something came up, those sorts of things. So that's what I'm seeing here, and it's really supporting them in their advocacy. And so I would encourage your support of this motion, as I do believe that they represent a small but important segment of our society that does need additional supports. Anyone wanting to speak to that motion? Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will happily support this motion. I also wanted to thank Ms. Lambert for coming forth with her presentation. For myself, in the circles I travel, I don't see the neurodiverse as regularly as I often do. It's just to know that that group is there and to bring forth their concerns was really heartwarming and really helpful. And so thank you, and I would totally support this. Thank you.
Seeing no others, I will call the question on the motion. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And with regards to the space question, I propose that Council refer the Bow Valley Connection Centre's request for interim Life Campus space to administration for review and a recommendation. My understanding is that they may have a line on a longer term space, but in the interim, they need a space that's consistent for their membership, that's accessible, that's free, and they need it for, I think it was somewhere in like 3 to 5 hours a day for 3 to 5 days a week, something like that. But that could all be part of the review by administration as to whether there's any possibilities with the municipality in this regard. I would look to anyone that would like to speak to the motion. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. I'll vote in favor of this motion, and as with the last motion, I am very much in favor of helping the Bow Valley Connection Center achieve their vision. I think it will make us a more inclusive community when we're able to provide space for all the types of people that live in our community. I think this is really important. I think with regard to the campus space, it would be good to hear back from administration, because we have very clear policies on facility allocation and cost, and like the policies around how much it costs. So there might be implications there, but otherwise, yeah, very much. I think one thing I'd like to, that I think the community needs to understand is that the last time that we added supportive living for, not for seniors, was like 1989, 1990. That's the last time we added supportive housing in our community. And that's for families who are low income. And so I think that this specific group of individuals is not accommodated at all within that system. And our provincial government could do more than nothing since 1990 to help with housing in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Faubert. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be happy to support this. As I indicated before, Councillor Mara and I sit on the Bow Valley Regional Housing Board, and we've just completed our strategic planning and actions in which to further this group's work within our construct, understanding that it is not part of our mandate right now. It is not listed at all within our ministerial order. So this would be entirely new work that Bow Valley Regional Housing may or may not take on, or it could be another body that is created to take on this work in the future. I'm not sure what Ms. Lambert was referring to in terms of having access to space in the next couple of years. We don't have that space at Bow Valley Regional Housing. So, but we do have, like I said, plans and designs on certain parcels of land that are within the Alberta Senior Housing portfolio that we would like to transition and or shift, et cetera, et cetera. So this is just another step in making sure this group feels supported, and which is important. But yeah, I'd be happy to support your second motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too will be supportive of this motion. I'm thinking more about a broader report that may come back to us. And I think of all the groups that are looking for space for whatever reason these days, and potentially just an audited, here's our space, and here's how we're using it, and here's where we're using it, and here's how well we're utilizing it, and what might be available to other organizations at the same time. Maybe for administration.
Yeah, well, okay. Dr. Cottle?
That's not this motion.
Yeah.
So I just want to be clear with council. If you want an audited report of all of our space and utilization, it would be helpful to have a different motion about that. We can certainly speak to, and I imagine that this report to the motion that is there will speak to space availability generally, but an audit is a different thing and would require a different motion.
Ms. Smithers, did you want to add anything?
Yes, I did. Thank you. I just wanted to remind council that we do have an existing capital project in facilities this year for a decision framework related to leasing of municipal space to the variety of not-for-profit users that currently lease the space from us. So we wanted to have a consistent approach and methodology to making decisions on who we lease spaces to and in which circumstances. So that will be coming forward. I'm not sure if it will be complete this year, but it is starting this year. It will not be coming forward in time for, well, I shouldn't say will not for sure. It likely would not be done in time for us to report back on this motion, but it's still unclear to me, and myself and Mr. McKay can have a conversation moving forward on this motion as to whether or not this would relate to a specific lease or just kind of a facility use agreement in the interim.
Apologies, but thank you for that. And I do think there's an important distinction here between leases. So just looking at the museum across the hall as an example is a long-term lease versus a facility rental. We have both with user groups. They're two very different things. But as Ms. Faubert mentioned, or Councillor Faubert mentioned, the rentals are governed by a council policy. Leases is the project that Ms. Smithers was speaking to. So they are two different things. If you want something that is audited outside of the capital project, we do need that motion.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for that clarification. Yes, and to be clear, it's not part of this motion, and yeah, this is very specific. Anybody else wanting to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I will now call a break until 11:15. Thank you. From the break, we're now moving to item G1. Ms. Miller, are you speaking to that one?
I wasn't planning on it unless
Oh.
you need to.
Oh, maybe we don't. Is that the one we're not going to have anyone speak to it?
Correct. We didn't have a presentation
Okay.
prepared for this because it's simply a deferral.
All right. In that case, sorry for the any anxiety attack I may have caused there. Everybody has had a chance to read the report. It's simply setting a timeline on the response back to our motion on Bylaws 2022-09 and 2022-10. And there is a motion in the report, but I have modified it given that, to be more specific. And based on the minutes we've just approved, I'm hoping the clerk can put up the motion. Did you see that one? I can just read it out. I just have to find the number. Yes. All right. So the motion is going to be that Council direct administration to return no later than November 1st, 2022, with response to Council Motion 125-2022. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? My understanding, as the report lays out, is more time is needed to come up with those responses. Okay. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we'll move to item G2. This is the Spring Creek Mountain Village Area Redevelopment Plan amendments. Ms. Miller, welcome to Council.
Thank you. Good morning, members of Council, as well as to those who are watching us live on live stream. Wouldn't be a council meeting without a brain twister of a planning application to bring before you. There is no such thing as a summer vacay in the planning department. So today before you, you have amendments to the Spring Creek Mountain Village ARP, along with corresponding LUB amendments that will actually affect or bring into effect the policies that are being proposed for amendment, as well as those existing policies. Now, due to the volume and the complexity of these amendments, we do have a fairly detailed presentation prepared for you today, about 19 slides, so that we can all be clear about what's before council. So I would just kindly ask if you can hold your questions till the end, because we're going to try to answer as many as we can as part of the presentation, just so that everyone's clear and we can walk you through, as well as those members of the public who are watching, through some of the complexities associated with this application. Now, the file manager, Mr. Gravel, is a little bit under the weather today, but he is available via Zoom, so I'm hoping he's there, because otherwise then I have to pinch hit and give the presentation.
I'm looking to, I see that Mr. Gravel is online.
Okay, so then I will throw it over to you, Nathan.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. I believe the applicant will actually kick us off with an introduction to their item in terms of the rationale for some of the changes. So I will kick it over to either Mr. Kernick or his consultant,
Okay.
Ms. Roulette, if she's with us.
Okay, looking to Mr. Kernick is joining us online as well. Oh, and Ms. Willett. Right.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So Ms.
Thank you, Mayor.
Willett, Mr. Kernick, welcome to council.
Yeah, thank you. I'm unfortunately a part way in wedding, so hopefully this.
Can't hear you right now.
I have the slides up.
Michelle, do you want to go ahead and do the slide?
Sure, I've got the slides up. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Kernick and I are here to present some amendments to the Spring Creek Mountain Village Area Redevelopment Plan, as well as introducing some tweaks to the zoning as Ms. Miller outlined, really just to implement some of the changes to the ARP. Just a bit of background about the land and the community. This originally was the Kernick Dairy Farm. The Restwell Park was purchased by Frank, Mr. Kernick, from his family back in 2002. And over time, the town approved some area redevelopment plan and master planning. And upon completion, the vision at the time was to have 1,200 residential units and up to 200 hotel rooms. And that's existing in the original area redevelopment plan that the town has here. So just some more photos about the history. There's some nice pictures of Frank's ancestors, as well as, the land that we're talking about today. Through these amendments, they are, straddled by this new roadway. And really, this is a reclamation project more than a greenfield project, I think, is some of the point of this history. Each year, the Spring Creek develops many trails and many gathering places to achieve the vision, which is really an active, smart growth, sustainable community representing sustainable development standards, and is registered as a built green community, one of the first, if not the first, in Canada. So far, since 2004, the ARP was approved. Stages 1 and 2 have been subdivided and developed, and that's what you see today in the community. 2019, we saw the development of stage 3, which is under construction today, and anticipating in 2022, 2023, potentially going into stage 4, which is part of the amendments today adding in. So the proposed amendments really consist of amendments to the land use bylaw mapping, some tweaks to the creek setback and environmental reserve wording in the bylaw. There's a unit count update to reduce the number of residential units from the existing 1,200 approved to 1,000. Through time, we find that as development continues and the community continues to grow, sometimes market forces and development things change, and so we update these as a fluid type of prediction on unit developments. And the hotel units and tourist homes are anticipated to be 250, so we're increasing that number to accommodate the development of the 2 new hotels and some additional tourist homes. We're clarifying some height definitions. It's very slight but important as we implement the plan and the land use bylaw. And we're including stage 4, which is to the south. You sort of see that in the highlight here. And updating the parking requirements to more or less mirror what the town standards are today. So some of the important adjustments here is to change the boundary of the Spring Creek Mountain Village to include these 3 residential lots that are being sort of rejigged and registered to 2. And I don't know if you can see the green here on the new line work, but really taking those 3 residential lots and creating 2 which front onto Spring Creek Drive. It's just a better development and allows for a rational dedication of the environment district, which is the environmental reserve. The zoning is different than the registered subdivision. Just to be clear, the zoning or the district is environmental district, and that represents the land which is dedicated as environmental reserve to the town. So in order to do all that, we're just tweaking the ARP boundary to include those lands. And there's just a zoom in shot of the additional lots. What's important here is that we would like to make some amendments to what is currently in the area redevelopment plan as a may, and we'd like to change the wording to be a shall, to allow for a 15-meter top of bank creek setback versus the 20 meters, which is sort of a town-wide standard, minimum 20 meters for the development setback. Now, this 15-meter sort of relaxation of the 5, I guess, from 20 to 15, really recognizes the fact that 2 things. The sites for the hotels are somewhat constrained, and the history on that is that this chicane, the road alignment as requested by the town to sort of introduce a traffic calming measure, has split what used to be perhaps 1 site into 2. And so there is some constraints to the narrowness of the sites. But more importantly, the 15-meter setback allows for restoration of the riparian edge And some of the development, as what you might see at the current Malcolm Hotel, which includes terracing, landscaping, retaining walls, allows for protection and restoration of the creek bank, but also stormwater management facilities to control the runoff that ultimately does go to the creek, but at a controlled rate. So the land use bylaw wording is clear now that there shall be a 15-meter setback for these two hotel sites, and as well as the residential lots further to the north. And then again, to allow for the variance in the land use bylaw by the development officer, we're amending section 1.14, which is the variance powers of the planner, to consider the variance of the 5 meters, just to allow the development officer to implement that change. And again, in the area redevelopment plan, what we've done upon the advice of administration is to re-clarify sort of the area-wide setback, making sure the community as a whole has a 20-meter setback. The community structure is 6 meters buried, and that I think is the Opera House. And that the restoration of the creek behind the single detached lots to the north of the 2 hotel sites allows for flexibility. Earlier, 21, sorry. Last year, there was an omnibus amendment to the land use bylaw that made some changes to defining what could be varied as top of bank setbacks. And we just want to be really clear that for the 2 residential lots that are being reconfigured, there's some flexibility in the setback. And then again, with the 2 hotel sites here and to the south, I guess west, that the flexibility is allowed. So in terms of the residential lots, we just want to be clear that even though some flexibility is allowed with this creek setback, the dedication of the environmental reserve has occurred, and that provides a depth and a dedication to the town for trails and connectivity, as well as the setback here is illustrated to show that those buildings and the footprints of those residential units doesn't exceed the 325 square meters in the land use bylaw. And I believe there's some restriction to maybe not a trail behind these lots, and Frank can answer that, just to ensure privacy. So in terms of the land use bylaw updates regarding visitor accommodation units, we're seeking an additional 50, just to allow for the development of those hotels, while we're also seeking a reduction in the residential units. So overall, there's a net reduction in the total number of units, and sort of that trickles down to usage and traffic. So in stage 4, we're showing here the redistricting to just include that into the current Spring Creek Direct Control District. We're applying that to stage 4, and the maximum number of units allowed in stage 4 would be up to 258. We've done some, clarification on our usage summary, and the estimate is about 258 for stage 4. And then overall, again, the maximum number of residential units in the community is 1,000. And again, this is the map showing the redistricting, including the environmental district, representing the future dedication of that top of bank setback. And in this area, there will be trails developed to connect with the park spaces, which are districted PD, public district. And then the yellow portions are the current direct control with some amendments that we're proposing today, some tweaks. So in the area redevelopment plan, we have tables, we estimate density and land use, sort of calculation of residential units per hectare. That is going down slightly, so the density is decreasing by about 10 units per hectare on average as the community builds out. So we're anticipating 1,000 units versus the 1,200. That's an update to what we call the statistics in the plan. And again, here, this is by stage, the estimate of residential units that could be developed per stage. Obviously 1 and 2 and into 3 are being built today, and then stage 4 would add in. In terms of the height, what we're doing is suggesting that instead of calling it a 3.5 story, we say 3 to 4. And really this is illustrative in brackets. The height itself in meters is not changing. Sometimes when development officers down the road, maybe people change over time in terms of implementation. The half story in the bylaw currently in Canmore is somewhat difficult to interpret. And so we're just adding some flexibility in terms of the illustrative in brackets, 3 to 4 stories or 3 stories as opposed to using a half story. But the maximum height itself is not changing. Parking amendments, there used to be in the bylaw a table, pretty complicated regime of how many parking stalls per use, per bedroom. And so what we're doing is aligning this to the general regulations in the current land use bylaw of the town of Canmore in section 2, where there's minimum parking standards as well as maximum. So we don't want over parking, however, enough parking on street, as well as private on site for the visitor accommodation and the dwelling units in the community. The local commercial area has 2,000 square meters. Currently, we're adding 1,000. There's been some success with the commercial aspects of the community, and it provides for an active street frontage, engaging the community on many social levels, as well as providing economic opportunities, obviously, for businesses, live work studios. It's been very successful, and over time, adding some square footage to the commercial component may be beneficial. We're adding some flexibility currently at Spring Creek Gate. That's the southerly roadway as you enter and then go south. In the future, there was a minimum requirement of 25% commercial. However, because it's been very successful in the northern and central part of the community, just adding some flexibility for commercial and live work without sort of a minimum percentage. And just in terms of transportation and parking monitoring, recognizing in South Canmore, in Spring Creek, in the town in general, we recently have introduced residential parking restrictions in some areas and adding the parking program, paid parking downtown. There's been some concern raised about parking and just general like traffic and the ability to accommodate over time in Spring Creek. So in addition to reducing the overall number of units to 1,000, ongoing monitoring is being proposed in the land use bylaw in the direct control so that the development officer may ask for an updated transportation impact assessment as we go through the development of stage 4 with the 3rd development permit and then the 5th. Over time, our transportation engineer at McElhaney has been monitoring this, and there's a projected threshold that we've agreed to with administration that the traffic doesn't exceed 3,000 vehicle trips per day, which is a standard used by industry. It's like an average over time, and we're using the intersection at Main Street and Spring Creek Drive to monitor the comings and goings of those vehicles. And so that's definitely part of this, is to create a successful ability to access the development, as well as encouraging multimodal transportation options with the shared use paths, of course. That's it for the highlights. Again, Frank, Mr. Kernick is on the phone. We're available for questions, and that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Kernick, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I'm just curious, can you hear me clearly before I?
Yes.
Yep.
Good. Just to, Michelle, thank you for the presentation. Just a few things of clarification. So this is a brownfield site. At build out, we will have 2.5 kilometers of creek rehabilitated from roads that were there in the past, no stormwater management, campsites right to the edge. My uncle's house hung over the edge of the creek by a couple of meters originally, where the office was. The the change for the hotel from may to shall, we probably, looking back, it would have been nice if the word shall was in there. I'm already starting designing these two hotels, but to go any farther and spend hundreds of thousands on design, I need to have some certainty in that setback. The environmental reserve will not change, whether it's 15 or 20, it's just how far the buildings are away from the creek. That's just the rear yard, whether it's 7 or 8 meters or it's 12 or 13 meters. Would be where we do our own stormwater treatment. Maybe everything goes into the ground, so there's no change or impact to the creek with the change in setback from 15 to 20. It was something I agreed to with the administration back in 2003-4 when they asked me to put that chicane in the road to reduce traffic going down to Main Street, and end up putting me from one building footprint with a 20-meter setback to 2 building footprints, because we can build a road right up to the edge of the creek, as you see across from the Malcolm. So that's one main thing we're looking for. Michelle was not correct when she said 250 would be the total hotel rooms and tourist homes. My bylaw allows for 300 of my 1,200 condo units to be designated tourist home zoning. Again, that was something the town asked me to do back in 2004 to get homes in people not making tourist homes out of existing residential neighborhoods. The 50 extra units is, as we've gone into more detailed design, the Malcolm Hotel is 124 units, and these 2 other small hotels will be another 120 probably units between the two, 60 each, smaller boutique hotels. Bringing those other 2 lots that I purchased to combine into the 3 lots into 2 lots just makes these lots more efficient. They're weird angles at this time. Town will get environmental reserve, but we will not be putting any trails behind those. That's also in the ARP to make sure people come home from the bar late at night aren't walking behind those homes in a hotel affecting the neighbors across the creek. We did do some amendments to the bylaw as well, restricting the use of a conference center or drinking establishment in the future hotel that is on the north of the Malcolm, northwest side of the Malcolms, to, again, trying to listen to the concerns of our neighbors. We will not build anything that will be there. Will be a hotel and a spa is our intent, open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. As Bent Springs and spas are generally very relaxed and quiet. So we've, over the last year and a half, 2 years, we've had 3 or 4 open houses, and we've tried to listen to the community with some of the concerns and try to address them the best we can. The 1,000 square meters additional local commercial, probably won't use hardly any of that, but a bit of that. The bylaw before was contradictory. It wanted me to do more commercial going south, but I had no quota left to go. There's no room in my bylaw. I'd used up my 2,000 square meters. I do have a doctor's office that wants to go onto Spring Creek Gate, that we are needing this some additional square meters to be able to provide that. Otherwise, it's just live work studios. So those are just a few of the things, and open to any other questions that council or administration may have.
Great, thanks. And I will go to council questions based on these presentations, and then we'll have, after the questions are done, we'll move to the administration's presentation. Ms. Willett or Mr. Kernick, I had a question around sort of the phasing. I know that in the land use bylaw, it talks about no development shall occur in stage 4 until stage 1 and 2 are complete, but there's an exception with respect to the 2 northerly hotels. And I was wondering, where in your mindset, where does the development of the hotels fit? Would that be in concurrently with stage 4, or would it be after stage 4 or before? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that was put in prior when we did stage 3 added, 2 or 3 added to the development. My intent is to hopefully start construction on these in the next 1.5 to 2 years. But again, we need some clarity on the creek setback before we go into farther detailed design. We've done preliminary design, and I'd love to see these other 2 hotels completed between the next 3 to 5 years, be completed, and be doing concurrently with as we build stage 3 and stage 4.
Great, thank you. Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you for your presentation. You've somewhat answered my one question that I had for the Alexander Hotel, with it being a wellness and health and wellness retreat. In your supporting documents, you have 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., but in the actual bylaw, it's actually set at 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. So should it actually be the 8 to 8?
It's a good question. We probably want to keep it at 8 a.m. to probably 9 p.m. as flexibility. I don't see it being, but the Bat Springs closes 8. Most other ones close between 8 and 9. But noise to boil the town of Canmore is 10 p.m. So I probably should have that corrected to 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. just for flexibility.
Yeah, in the bylaw itself, it's 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Just in your supporting documents, it's 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So the bylaw is correct. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure which one was which.
We'll stay with the bylaw.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Ms. Ouellette and Mr. Kernick, for your presentations. In one of the proposed changes is to tourist homes and the additional wording for allowing townhouses adjacent to designated apartment buildings to be allowed as tourist homes. How many tourist homes do you currently have now, and why are you proposing this change?
Good question. I only have right now, I would probably about 200, I'm guessing, tourist homes, and Michelle might have the table there. Because a lot of times we have tourist home townhomes right adjacent and same condo plan as the condo building. It could be, and so they're adjacent uses. That's the only place I would put them. And I have 2 other buildings. One, Timberstone's under construction right now, tourist home designated, so the townhomes adjacent to it that are the same then type of use. We do have the development permit already approved by administration for 5 tourist homes, so it is allowed in their interpretation. Just again, sometimes you get a different planner you're working with, and if it's not clear, you get different interpretations. So we're not looking to raise the number of tourist homes. That's right now at 300, or keeping it at 300. Just if we're going to have a tourist home condo building adjacent to a townhome building, it's sometimes better to have the uses similar.
Okay, thank you.
Hopefully.
I had a question around traffic. I've been presented with some information from a local resident, maybe others have as well, around daily vehicle trips. According to the Finn report, is that in 2020 the average was 2,526, and I believe that the goal is to not exceed 3,000, so you're under there. But with the growth, how do you intend to ensure that the daily traffic volume is stays within manageable, a manageable zone?
First, Mayor, try and answer best I can. Our traffic engineer, along with the town of Canmore's engineers, have reviewed our reports and agree with the outcomes. So, Andy Sarah might be another good person to answer that for you. The majority of the development has occurred to date on the north end of the development. The majority of development is going to occur in the future. It's going to be on the south end of the development, and the closer you are to an entrance road is generally the direction you'll go. We've only really had some clear data in 2019 when the town was not working on the new intersection. I won't tease that intersection too hard. That has caused a lot of traffic to drive through Spring Creek. Even I know they're still working on it. So, we're assured by the town that there won't be, once it's all worked out, there won't be additional shortcutting, but there has been a lot of shortcutting through Spring Creek, and that's impacted some of the numbers over the last 3 years between our construction and some of the major work that town of Canmore has done. So it's an average over an 8-month period is generally the town's asked to do that over the year. That's what we agreed to do. And you still will get days. You might get August long weekend that there's going to be over 3,000 vehicle trips certain days going through there because they're shortcutting, and that's the easiest way for people. It's not, again, generated a lot by Spring Creek. So it's a traffic generation, and I my engineers and the town's engineers are the ones that write the report, and town's engineers are the ones that review the report. And right now, everything forecasted still says we'll be under the 3,000 vehicle trips a day. We have dropped our number down from 1,200 residential units to 1,000, just to also show the intent that we don't see this building out to this same level. And the original report done by Finn was based on 1,200 residential units.
Great, thank you. Looking to council to see if there's any other questions. Councillor Ma, if you have any questions, I can't see you, so perhaps just let me know yay or nay.
Nay, I don't have questions at this point for proponent. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you all for your presentations. I wonder if we could speak to the reduction from 1,200 residential units to 1,000 and the increase of the hotel units from 200 to 250. Just more of the thought process behind that. I'm thinking about the housing crisis that we're in and the necessity for more residential units.
It's just physically, when we do our initial design work, well, when we did that back in 2002, 2004, you do your density calculations based on a rough average that you think you can build. And we also wanted to, when we did that back in the day, was originally 550 hotel rooms originally, and the town asked me to reduce it down to 200 for the entrance, the sites at the entrance, and do 300 tourist homes from 150. So these were all estimates based back on 2002 to 2000, really rough work we did. So we now, have a pretty good idea what we can build on each site with the height that we're allowed and with the size of the sites that we have and how much parking we can provide to make sure there's enough parking for the units as well. So we know what we basically can do in our condo buildings with a good range of unit sizes and types, including our perpetual affordable housing units that we have throughout my development. So it's probably closer, we feel, to 950 to 970, to be honest. I don't think we'll hit that close to that 1,000. It's to be a struggle. Where then, again, the hotel sites this is where it came up when we started doing detailed design on 2 hotel sites to see what we wanted to do with the spa, with how many rooms to get. We realized that our density, what we guessed, and it really was a guess back in 2002, 2004 with some rough calculations, is more around the 250 mark. So, making sure we still have strong commercial growth as well within Spring Creek to make sure we help that residential commercial mill rate split. And that's why we've come back also with not just doing bigger hotel units, which I guess is always an option. We just do 2 3-bedroom units instead of more efficient 1-bedroom units. That's where we sort of need that 230 to 250 hotels we feel we can do there. And again, the residential is just a reality of our site where we just can't get 1,200 units on site with parking that we require as well.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions, so thank you both for your presentations and your time today. And now I will turn to Mr. Gravel for the presentation from administration.
Thank you, sir. Just give me 1 minute to share my PowerPoint. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Yes? Excellent. Okay. Okay, good morning, Mayor Krauser, members of council. Apologies for not appearing in person today. As Ms. Miller mentioned, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather. So I'm appearing live from my home office. We just heard from Mr. Koenig, the proponent, as well as Ms. Ouellette, his consultant, speak about the merits of their proposal. My role will be to provide the planning department's assessment to the bylaw as part of my presentation. So there are a number of amendments, and the proponent did cover a number of these in their presentation. I thought it'd be helpful to just start by identifying the key themes here. There are three parts of the amendments to the land use bylaw and ARP. You can think of it like a movie trilogy, if helpful. Part one is establishing land use to allow for development within stage 4. Part 2 is general updates to Spring Creek Mountain Village's DC districts, and part 3 are changes related to development of the future hotels and adjacent residential site. So, of course, none of these are exciting movie titles, but hopefully the analogy is helpful nonetheless. I also thought it would be helpful to display the locations of the key land use districts that are being amended in Spring Creek, just to give some added context here. The SCMB C district governs the northern part of Spring Creek and is a visitor accommodation district for hotel development. It's represented up on the screen in green. And of course, the Malcolm Hotel is located in this area, as will be the 2 future hotels. The SCMB CR district governs the central and southern parts of Spring Creek. It's a residential district with support commercial. It's represented as the blue area on the slide. And finally, the MHP district is a residential district, and it's represents the existing mobile home park, and it's shown in orange on the screen there. So hopefully that gives everybody a little bit more context in terms of the various districts that are being amended. So looking at part 1 of the trilogy, the applicant is proposing to create land use for stage 4 of the village. In order to do this, they need to redesignate the existing MHP district to the SCMB CR district, PD districts, and ED districts, which is the typical Spring Creek land use pattern that we see at each stage. If you're looking at the screen, the yellow would represent the change from MHP to the SCMB CR district. So these are areas where you would see actual development, apartment, and townhouse like developments. The brown represents a change to public use district. These are areas for open space, future municipal reserve dedications, and the green represents change to the ED district. So environmental protection district, this is where we would expect to see environmental reserve dedications and low impact uses like trails. With regards to land use for guiding new development, the applicant is proposing to stick with the existing SCMB CR district. Administration has no objectives to the use of this, as it currently governs stages 2 and 3, which obviously have the same intent. So it makes sense to continue to use that district. With regards to environmental protection, as you saw on the previous slide, these have been identified through the designation of ED districts. So along the creek bank and so forth, the locations and designs of these spaces are generally in accordance with the ARP, as well as the design concepts in the conceptual open space plan extension, which is attached to the report. And the same can be said for the design and location of public use areas, which were represented as PD districts on the previous slide. Looking at staging requirements, proposed stage 4 aligns with the growth management restrictions in the ARP and the land use bylaw. To date, they started a little bit of work in stage 3, so there is a restriction in the land use bylaw in terms of stage 4 development when you can actually create land use for that. So they're not quite at stage 4 development yet in terms of how much development they've done, but the applicant felt it best to include, as part of the amendments, the land use for stage 4. Efficiency, I suppose. There is, as I mentioned, a date restriction in the land use bylaw. That was 2021 for the creation of stage 4. So that date, we've obviously passed that date. So they are free to come forth with a request for redesignation. Spring Creek, or the applicant, has provided as required a review of how the development regulations in their residential DC district has performed to date. Just a bit of a check-in. Administration agrees with their conclusion that these have performed well and that as a result, no major changes are required. At administration's request, the applicant has added a requirement that development proceed in an orderly manner and southwards to help avoid any leapfrog development, seeing the consistent pattern of, apartment development with townhomes behind it, and then another apartment townhomes behind it, moving towards the south. Also, in response to public concern, as the applicant mentioned, they have added a requirement for another traffic impact assessment to occur with development in stage 4, just as a check-in to ensure that the applicant is meeting the requirements of the ARP. Should they not, there is a requirement for adjustments to the road design and also density. So there is a bit of recourse there if needed. So this concludes our first feature presentation. Moving on to part 2, or the sequel, if you will. This has to do with the general updates to the DC districts. There are 7 notable changes. These include to maximum number of stories, traffic monitoring requirements, which I just touched on, maximum commercial area requirements for commercial and live-work units, location of tourist homes, and minimum parking requirements and location of employee accommodation. So I'll go through each one of these quickly, just to give you a bit more background. With regards to minimum parking requirements, Spring Creek has special minimum parking requirements. These were lower when the DC districts were first created relative to the town-wide requirements. The town-wide requirements, of course, have been updated as part of the new land use bylaw, and so they're now lower than the requirements in Spring Creek. And as such, the applicant would like to align with these new requirements. Administration has no objections, as these are the parking standards set for the entire community. We already talked about traffic monitoring, so I'll skip that one. Outside of the village square, the central part of Spring Creek, new apartment development must contain 25% of street level uses as commercial, live-work units, or commercial-ready units. The applicant is proposing to make this optional for stages 3 and 4, and instead be driven, required by the land use bylaw to be market driven. So if there's a market for it, they would happily provide it. If not, then they wouldn't. Related to that, the applicant has reached their maximum allocation for commercial floor area. There wasn't really a contradiction in the previous land use bylaw because the live-work commercial space isn't set to a maximum. There's no maximum for it, so they could continue to build live-work if they wanted. But in this case, they'd like to keep the commercial options open or continue. And so they're seeking an increase as part of that. From administration's perspective, whether the applicant constructs additional commercial and or live-work units or not, they've done quite a bit of live-work units, commercial units in the village, and so we are satisfied that they've met the ARP's goal for a mixed-use neighborhood, and so we don't have any objections to making the change, the requirement optional. With regards to tourist homes, Spring Creek would like to clarify that these can be located in townhomes, but only when the townhomes are adjacent to a tourist home designated apartment building. Administration has no objections to this change. Spring Creek is permitted to have 300 tourist home units. They're not seeking to increase that, just making it clear that these can be outside of the apartment buildings. Doesn't really change the allocation of long-term units to short-term units. So, and furthermore, this would affect future townhouse development. It wouldn't be affecting existing townhouse development. With regards to employee accommodations, Spring Creek would like to clean up the terms used in the relevant SCMB regulation, as employee housing, staff housing, and employee accommodation are used interchangeably in the regulation. So they all have different meanings. So it's good to have one to work off of. To add some clarity, they would also like to clarify that the provisions can be provided outside of the village. And administration has no objections to these changes. Finally, with regards to maximum number of stories, the applicant is proposing to add clarification on the transition area in terms of how the building looks from a stories perspective. The applicant did state that there has been some different interpretations. The applicant has built more a model of 4-story development that steps down to 3-story, that steps down to 2.5-story in the past. And it's felt that this has met the requirement for the 3.5-story, the transition period. If council has more any questions in terms of how this looks, I can share a slide later, but essentially it's more of a point of clarification than a drastic change to what's being done there. And from administration's perspective, the applicant would still be meeting the requirement for these for development in general to step down from the central area to the creek and end up at 2.5 stories. So that concludes the sequel. We will move on to part 3, the finale. This part contains changes related to the design of the future hotels and adjacent residential units. So changes to the land use map, increasing the maximum number of permitted hotel units, allowing for consideration of a creek setback variance for residential development in the north area, and decreasing the creek setback for the 2 future hotel developments. Looking at the mapping changes, the applicant did mention about purchasing the 2 residential lots adjacent to the creek. If you look at the slide, there's 3 lots shown. They purchased the 2 lots closest to the creek there, with plans to consolidate these lots from 3 to 2. They also plan to, as part of the mapping changes, shift the boundary line of the R1 district and the SCNDC district. So you can see this up on the slide a little bit clearer on the 3rd figure there. You can see the pink colored area represents the actual change for the shifting of the boundary. And the intent there is to really to provide a straighter footprint to work off of for design. So it gives them more of an efficient use of land. The amendment appears to be minor, and therefore administration has no objections to the boundary change. Regarding the proposed increase of the hotel unit maximum by 50 units, administration has no objections. These hotels are ideally situated. They're very close to the downtown. They have high quality pedestrian connections to encourage walking and biking. And from a traffic perspective, there's not anticipated to be any impacts. So it seems like a reasonable change. With regards to the residential creek setback, as mentioned, the applicant has recently purchased the 2 residential lots, which are actually outside of the ARP boundary, and plans to consolidate. So given the location and some of the shifting around they would do with where the front is and that sort of thing, they would like the option to encroach into the minimum 20-meter setbacks should the need arise. The town does have I wouldn't say automatic, but criteria for a 5-meter variance to the creek setback town-wide. So that would look at primarily the size of the dwelling that's being proposed, and if it meets a certain size, then the town would consider it. But as part of that consideration or that variance option, there is actually a cutoff date for parcels that you can consider that variance for. So I believe it's 1997. So if a parcel is registered or has a plan date that is older than 1997, they wouldn't be eligible. The 2 lots that are existing there that were purchased have the original Canmore plan number 105F, which is the original subdivision from the original subdivision plan for Canmore. Pardon me. But when they consolidated, the plan number would change. Also, the 3rd unit was part of a recent subdivision, and so it would have a new plan number as well. So the short answer is they wouldn't actually qualify for that townwide criteria. However, they are proposing an exclusion for these lots, which administration supports, as they are committed to providing an environmental reserve district behind the parcels, which the town would not actually have the authority to ask for currently if somebody decided to develop these lots as is. They're too small to qualify for the town to ask for reserve land. And so in this case, the town would be getting environmental reserve dedication, which is the best tool we have to protect the creek. And this is recognized through the establishment of an ED district. I'll just maybe scroll back so you can see that there in green. So they recognize that. And also by moving it into the bounds of the ARP, boundary of the ARP, that would require the environmental reserve dedication. And just a final note that the applicant will still need to meet the maximum house size requirement as part of the townwide variance criteria. So they're not excluded from that. Moving on, the applicant's also proposing to change the minimum for the two future hotel creek setback for the two future hotels from 20 meters to 15. The applicant showed some slides earlier showing both hotels, and just I think it's clear that there's two creeks at play here. Most of the interest seems to be focused on the west side, but it does affect both. The land use bylaw and the ARP do state that due to site constraints, a variance of up to 5 meters may be granted for the two most northerly visitor accommodation commercial sites. So there has been some recognition that this may be needed, the variance. And as the applicant mentioned, they've gone through their detailed design process, and they would, well, pardon me, they haven't gone through their detailed design process. They're at their preliminary design process, and they'd like to know what they're working with so that they can go through their detailed design. Administration supports the proposed change. As I just mentioned, the ARP currently contemplates a 5-meter variance. The applicant has provided a memo to the original EIS that anticipates no impacts on the creek, considering there is environmental reserve dedication behind the future hotel. So the town has already been given environmental reserve adjacent to the creek. So that's not something coming in the future. That piece we have. And these ERs are going to be rehabilitated and enhanced by the applicant as they develop the hotels. So not only are they protected through the ER designation, but it's the applicant's responsibility to go in there and restore the vegetation and remove things that are potentially affecting the creek bank, etc. So, and finally, the site will be disturbed as part of development. There's some grading changes. There's the need or requirement to manage stormwater on site rather than having it go into the creek. So they have to grade the site in order to achieve that. So given that it will be disturbed, there's not really viewed to be a significant impact on the creek going from a 20-meter setback to a 20-meter setback to a 15-meter setback. The applicant hasn't maintained the regulation as well that any further need for a variance would need to go to council. So it's not like they could come at the development permit stage and ask for a 14.5 meter setback. That would have to go to council to get approval. Finally, the applicant has added at administration's request a requirement for the rear yard to be designed to be sensitive to the creek. So essentially preventing access of guests to the creek, leading them away from the creek, tying into existing pathways, that sort of thing. So finally, did want to note that the creek setback in this area does establish the location of the buildings because it is greater than the rear yard setback. So it becomes the de facto rear yard setback. There are residents living adjacent to this area that have expressed concern about noise, pardon me, especially at night, based on their experiences with the operation of the Malcolm Hotel. Administration believes that the applicant has responded to these concerns through the addition of a regulation that gives the development authority discretion over the design of outdoor common spaces. So trying to ensure that these are designed to be sensitive to the adjacent residential landowners. Also prohibiting drinking establishments and convention facilities at these future hotels. Convention facility is actually a permitted use. So if they wanted to build another entertainment room or for wedding venues, that sort of thing, they are free to do so as a permitted use under the land use bylaw. And finally, as the West hotels propose to include a spa, as we mentioned before, a special definition has been included, which includes control over operating hours, maximum opening time till 9 p.m. So as a result of all these things, administration supports the proposed amendment. So now that the show is over, administration supports the proposed changes as they align with the Spring Creek Mountain Village ARP and documents. The application has responded to the objections raised by the public, and concerns for detailed design, common spaces, and so forth can be dealt with at the TP stage. And with that, administration recommends that council give first reading to bylaws 2021-22 and 2021-23 and schedule a single public hearing for August 16, 2022. That concludes my presentation. Happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gravel, and thank you for being with us today, although being under the weather.
No problem.
One of the questions that comes up from time to time, and I've heard, is around safety, access and egress for this site and emergency vehicles. And I know that that is something that's looked at. I'm wondering if you could just speak to the process for assessing the safety concerns, and especially for emergency vehicles.
Yes, so there are two entrances into the village, and Spring Creek was required to construct a second entrance to help with traffic movement. And my assumption is also fire access. So they have two accesses to allow for emergency access, and if the concern is related to the hotels and the additional units there, the proponents is looking at doing a lot less in terms of overall number of units in the village. So it's not proposed to be in addition to the 1,200, for example. It's proposed to be within what was previously approved. So
great, thank you. And I know that these sorts of plans, when they're originally approved, are circulated to the various departments who look at it through their particular lens. Engineering, I expect that it's probably had some input from fire department, that sort of thing.
I would have to go back and check and see what the fire department's comments were. I don't recall any concerns.
Okay, great, thank you. Councillor Maud, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Gravel, thanks for hanging in there. Quick question for you, Nathan. Could you walk me through the ramifications if we do find that we're going above the 3,000 vehicles per day and what that would have upon the effective stage 4?
Yeah, so that's a great question. The first step would be identifying whether or not they've exceeded or will exceed the threshold. So that's where the TIA comes in. Originally, there was no requirement, as this would be the last stage, for another TIA after this process. So they have provided a TIA, which the engineering department has accepted, and I might ask Claire to jump in here, Claire Ellick from the engineering department, to show that they're on track to meet their requirements. But the additional check is helpful for us to obviously ensure that they're reaching that. So it's an added layer of verification. And should they not be meeting that, then the bylaw states that they would need to propose different road designs or lower their density. Obviously, if they're lowering the density, that's just a function of less users, less traffic sort of philosophy. With respect to road design, I think I would have Claire kind of jump in on that.
Ms. Alec?
Thank you. And thanks, Nathan, for that response. So as Nathan's outlined, we have reviewed the TIA that's forward-looking and also that is based on data that's collected over. We have permanent counters at both entrances to Spring Creek Mountain Village. So taking that into account, and then also looking at some of the tools that are used to forecast the number of trips that are going to be generated. Typically, those are based on very suburban styles of development where you don't have good compact mixed uses and built forms and high quality active transportation facilities. So the applicant has also done a comparison of what we're seeing versus what we would anticipate this type of development to generate. And what's shown is they're actually doing better than what those tools would anticipate based on data that's been collected locally. And in fact, that it shows an improvement over what was originally anticipated in 2003 when this was looked at. So based on having reviewed those reports, we anticipate that things should work well. But as Nathan has mentioned, we'll have the opportunity to have an additional check down the road. Changes to land use potentially could have impacts on trip reduction. Again, some of those other elements that I mentioned, like the built form, the facilities that are getting built with each phase of this development are important too. Not sure if that quite answered, but happy to answer any more.
That's helpful, Ms. Alec. I was just curious because we have, with some of the additional commercial going in, what's our typical VPD or vehicles per day going through SCMB right now?
Sorry, I'll have to pull this up. I'm jumping in here and you reviewed, but let me pull that up and I can provide you with a response based on the TIA here.
Awesome, thank you. I'm just curious if we're like well shy of 3,000 typically, or if we're close or whatnot.
Yeah, I think my recollection is it's in the lower 2000s. And again, that's an average over an 8-month period, including peak months through the summer.
Well, that's more than helpful there. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. I was wondering, Mr. Gravel, if you could let me understand how these changes in uses from visitor accommodation, residential, commercial, what kind of effect that might have on the offsite levy structure of this particular development.
Yeah, that's a great question. I assume that would be factored into the updates to the bylaw that would factor in who pays what and how much for each unit within Spring Creek. There's a decrease in residential, so proposed, I guess. So I guess I can't really answer the question. I can give you my best guess, but I think I'd lead you astray.
Overall net loss of dollars based on the overall number of doors, and I know that residential is considered different than commercial, obviously within the bylaw. I guess I'm just wanting to make sure that as we move forward through the remaining pieces of this area redevelopment plan, that we are going to be able to, we're not going to see a huge hole within our modeling with the changes at doors. Is it going to be a net loss, net increase? That's all.
Ms. Smithers?
Yes, we are looking at updates to the offsite levy bylaw. I'm not sure that this change would be captured in the update that we're considering right now, but it certainly would be in future updates to the bylaw. I would note, for example, that the utility master plan is currently undergoing a revision that BODA is involved in, that I would imagine would necessitate some changes to the model. So it would be at points like that that we capture these changes in proposed residential and commercial unit counts and densities.
And just as an aside, in the next update of the offsite levy model, will we be including opportunities such as fire and recreation, as we are allowed to collect for those now?
They would be in a future update, yes.
Okay, so this update that we're planning on in the future, like the next one?
I'm not sure about the next one, but a future one, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, good point. Ms. Cuttle reminded me that the two fire halls, both the one under construction and the one that would be required up in Three Sisters, are already built into the model. I think recreation is the kind of missing link right now, so we'd be capturing that.
Thank you. All right, looking to see if there are any other questions. Councillor Hillstad?
The great presentation, just appreciate it. These are more comments than questions, just noting some random things that I found. One's a missing comma, or a bracket, which I think can just be corrected later, so I'll just point that out to admin at some point. Another one is one of the changes for section 142710.1. Since that's getting removed and then the numbering is getting changed, just the new section 142710.1 starts off with irrespective of section 142710.1. So I'm just wondering if we need to add that to the bylaw just to remove that wording, because it just becomes redundant now. It's for the
what page of the agenda would you be looking at?
On the 185, 308. It's under growth management of the, which one is this one?
Oh, yes, I see what you're referring to. Yes, that would need to be updated.
Okay, so would we want that at this point, or because it's not a huge change, it's just a basic clerical thing, like we can do it at second reading if we do first?
It sounds like it's an editorial that would follow the acceptance of the removal of that section. Is that not correct, Madam Clerk?
Sorry, I was just confirming.
Okay,
CAO here, yes.
Yeah, so it's a good catch by Councillor Hillstad. If ultimately that removal of that section is, or because of the removal of that section, that would be editorial, that the other would be removed. Great, yes. Good catch. Yep. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Ellick.
Thank you. I just wanted to correct, I had a chance to look up what that actual count is and had overestimated. So based on the last set of data that was collected at the Spring Creek Drive and Main Street end, it was 1,296 vehicles per day, so around 43% of the 3,000 vehicle per day threshold. Thanks.
Just on that, I've been referred to something called the Finn report. Do you know what that is?
I believe that is the original TIA that was done in support of the ARP. Okay. So okay. I think it was a 2003 date.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much to everyone for your presentations. We'll now move to the motions for first reading. So I will move that Council give first reading to Bylaw 2021-22. In speaking to the motion, while there are, through these two bylaws, a number of changes, it's actually not a big change in the overall scope or the overall design or the overall impact, and so I will definitely support first reading, and then look forward to hearing from the public. Anybody else wanting to speak to this motion? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd be happy to support first reading on both of these, the land use as well as the ARP amendments. I'll speak to both. This ARP was approved in 2004 and was expected to actually be completed, I believe, in 10 years. And so we have seen that market forces and change in community have affected the length of time that this ARP would be executed, which therefore shows to me that these changes would be natural. You need to naturally change with not only how our land use bylaw changes and expectations within the community, but also with technology. We've seen more and more green pieces being added to the Spring Creek Mountain Village development over time, which is great. So therefore, I'm happy to support first reading on both of these bylaws and look forward to the public hearing to see what the public has to say about the changes in general. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor McCallum. And just to add to that, because you recognize a number of things that affect the life of a project, there was also a massive delay right across the board as a result of the World Economic Tidal Wave and World Economic Tidal Wave of 2008. So that definitely slowed a lot of things down everywhere. Any other comments with respect to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I will now move that Council give first reading to Bylaw 2021-23. I will be supporting this motion. I have nothing further to add from previous comments. Would anybody like to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move that Council schedule a single public hearing for Bylaw 2021-22 and Bylaw 2021-23 for August 16th, 2022. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would actually like to see this moved into the fall. These are important documents that I think we need as many eyes on as possible, and I'm a little concerned about many people being on vacation and not getting the thorough review that they deserve.
So would you like to propose an amendment to the motion?
I would like to propose an amendment from August 24th to the...
August 16th?
Sorry, August 16th to the September meeting.
Well, that's 2 weeks later, September 6th.
September 6th. What is the October meeting?
4th.
Okay. I would like to propose October 4th as the scheduled date for this public hearing.
Okay, we have an amendment on amendment to the motion on the table. Is there anything else you'd like to say in support of that proposed amendment?
No, I think I've said what I need to say at this point. Okay. Thank you.
I would ask for administration's comment on the proposed amendment. I don't know if that's Ms. Smithers or Ms. Miller.
We can start with Ms. Miller.
Ms. Miller.
I was going to say, it's at the pleasure of council as to when you'd like to have the next public hearing. I know that the applicant is eager to move forward with this proposal, but as the decision makers, if you need more time in order to consider what's being proposed, we will accommodate that.
Great, thank you. Ms. Smithers, do you have something to add?
Just to build on that, I would say there's really no reason on administration side as to why we would need a delay with the public hearing, appreciating Councillor Graham's concerns. I would also suggest, though, that we could look at, if the timing is the concern from council's point of view, we have a date held for a council meeting on September 13th, and I believe on September 27th as well, so we could look at those. I appreciate from a timing perspective, some concerns that the applicant may have with pushing this too late. So, yeah, there are, I think, 3 options that could work in September, and from administration's point of view, we don't have a need to delay what is proposed in the report.
So before seeking any comments from other members of council on the proposed amendment, I'd look to Councillor Graham. Would you like to stick with the October date, or you want to go to one of those September dates?
I would certainly be amenable to one of the September dates. I think later in the month would be appropriate. The September 6th month, I think kids are just getting off of school at that point in time. So my concern is that people are back from vacations and have the time and energy to put into this document.
So September 13th or the 27th, which one are you making a friendly amendment?
I would like to make a friendly amendment to the 27th, please.
Okay, so the proposed amendment to the motion on the table is that the public hearing be set for September 27th. Speaking to that motion, I don't share the same level of concern with regards to moving it to a later date. The 6 weeks delay just feels like a delay to me, and given that this is a continuation of what has already been developed, except responding to other concerns, such as the Northern Hotel having a different type of operation so as to not have the same impact on, or potential impact on residents, I would be inclined to stay with the original proposed date. But I look forward to hearing from others. Councillor Hillstad.
I also won't be able to support this. As it stands now, they're already getting a 2-week delay just because of how our council schedule is at the moment. People take holidays all throughout the year. I don't see that being a concern. I know people that don't take holidays at all in August time. So to me, it's not that, I don't feel that's an issue. Again, with our way our meetings have been now, people can come through Zoom, so they could still be on holiday and still attend if they wish. So I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. Given the nature of the application, the fact that the public is able to provide written submissions, and the fact that the applicant has undergone public engagement for well over a year already, I'm not in support of this delay. Thank you.
Councillor Merrill.
Thank you. I also will not be able to support this motion. I agree with my fellow councillors. There's many ways to attend or to have input on this in the public hearing, but whether it be written, verbal, or attending by Zoom or in person. So there's many ways and avenues for them to have their say.
Councillor McCallum.
I won't be able to support this amendment. I actually was of the same mind 10 years ago that if we didn't have public hearings in the summertime and we kept them for the other 10 months of the year, that we would have better attendance, but that actually hasn't played out in reality. This document is nearly 20 years old. It's in its original form and has been brought to this council dais several times over the last 20 years for updates and tweaks over time, some of them accepted, some of them not. So I don't see the reason to delay this. 6 weeks is plenty of time for people if they are actually interested, and we have so many ways for people to engage now. There's really no reason to delay it.
Thank you. Councillor Ma, I didn't see if you wanted to speak or not. Yes, please go ahead.
It's hard with an 8-second delay between the live stream and what I see here. I've heard my fellow councillor sentiments, and 6 weeks out, yeah, it's August. It's not an ideal time for many, but at the same time, there are different ways for people to get in. I'm doing the same thing right now. So, and I do feel because it is 6 weeks out, that should be enough. If we were looking more like a shorter time frame, say 4 weeks, that's different, but we have enough time, I think, to get the word out. And yeah, so I won't be able to support this amendment, but I do appreciate the sentiment of where it's coming from. Mm-hmm.
Councillor Graham, did you want to say anything to close before I call the vote? Okay. Then I will call the vote with respect to the amendment as to the date. All those in favor? Those opposed? The amendment is, oh, I saw your hand. Just for clarification, Councillor Ma, I saw your hand go up with opposed?
Yeah, I'm opposed to the proposed amendment to the motion. Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm sorry. It's just hard with the live stream being 6 seconds off. I'm watching two things.
Absolutely. So that the amending motion is defeated with Councillor Graham in support. Returning then to the original motion. Would anybody like to speak to the original motion? So none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. All right, so it is 12:37. I'm going to call an hour break and let's return at 1:40. All right, we are back, and we are moving on to item G3, Enforcement Appeal Review Committee. Ms. Miller, welcome to council.
Thank you for having me today. So you need to see my screen, but I need to, here. Perfect, we're just trying to logistically make this work.
Our clerk. Perfect. Okay.
Great.
Our clerk crew has done spectacular in light of technological challenges this morning or today.
Yeah. Thinking on our feet today. So today I have the Enforcement Appeals Review Committee bylaw to bring forward to council. The establishment of an Enforcement Appeal Review Committee will create a new process for enforcement appeals to be heard. This new bylaw not only establishes an appeal review committee for enforcement orders and notices, but also amends the animal control, business registry, and taxi bylaws in order to create a consistent process. The establishment of this committee would allow those who received enforcement orders and notices the opportunity to have their appeal reviewed outside of a regular council meeting. So there's a few reasons to establish this committee. First, by creating a consistent process, there will be improved transparency and governance over enforcement appeal matters. This committee will establish a clear process for an appeal, for when an appeal is heard, and documents who is reviewing the appeal and what timelines exist for the appeal to be heard.
I'm just wondering if the slides need to be advanced.
Yeah, I don't even actually need that. I have it.
Thanks for your patience, Ms.
No
Miller.
problem.
We've had, you know, I think that the computers in the council chamber decided to go on vacation.
They went
in
early,
July.
did they?
Yeah, they went
Yeah.
early. They didn't get
Yeah.
the memo. Yeah, so. You know, we are good too. We've read the report, and so a verbal report is fine too. If
My slides aren't that exciting. I have 0 graphics.
okay.
So I could.
But now, so advance it.
Okay, so we. Okay, we're going to go without the slides.
Okay.
And
you want me to-
you have our undivided attention now.
Do you want me to just continue where I left off?
Sure.
I was pretty early in.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
Yep.
So this new Enforcement Appeal Review Committee will hear matters as it relates to nuisance and vicious dog notices, business licenses requiring to be obtained, or business licenses that are refused, revoked, or suspended, the refusal to issue or the cancellation of or suspension of taxi licenses, or orders written in accordance with sections 545 and 546 of the Municipal Government Act that deal with failing to comply with a bylaw and unsightly properties. What this committee does not do is hear matters related to tags or tickets issued by community peace officers, municipal enforcement officers, or the RCMP. They will also not hear appeals on stop work orders or appeals heard by other committees, such as matters that are heard by the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. This committee will have the CAO designated as the chair and will have 2 members of council sitting on the committee. The General Manager of Municipal Services will also be appointed to the committee. The bylaw will specify what types of matters will be heard by panels made up either of a 1-person member or a 3-person member. The 1-person member will have either the General Manager of Municipal Services or the CAO hear the matters. These will be related to nuisance dog notices and taxi permits and licenses. The 3-member panel will be made up of the CAO and 2 members of council. They will hear matters related to vicious dog notices, business license appeals, and matters relating to sections 545 and 546 of the Municipal Government Act. The application for a review of an appeal must be received by the CAO no later than 14 days from the date that the written order or notice is received by the applicant. The exception is any matters related to Section 546 of the Municipal Government Act. This section is about unsightly properties, and the Municipal Government Act gives only 7 days for an appeal to be received. The committee must hold the hearing within 30 days of receiving the application. This is to ensure that the matter is heard within a reasonable time frame and is consistent with all applicants. The applicant must be informed of the date of the review hearing, the date of the review hearing, when it's being held with at least 7 days' notice. This is to give the applicant appropriate time to prepare and schedule for themselves. Though these hearings will be open to the public, the applicant could make an application to show why the hearing should take place in private pursuant to Section 197 of the Municipal Government Act. The committee may also make that decision at their own discretion. Otherwise, the meeting agenda and information will be made available to the public. So in a committee hearing, all parties have the opportunity to present their case and their evidence. The applicant has the responsibility to proceed before the committee. This means the appellant is obligated to proceed with his or her appeal by presenting relevant evidence and/or arguments, and if he or she fails to do so, the appeal may be dismissed. The owner of the property, if not the same person as the applicant, may also make a submission. The person who issued the notice or order will also present evidence. The hearing, however, is not a trial, and rules of evidence do not apply, so cross-examination of witnesses is not allowed. However, the committee members may ask questions of any party or witness to clarify any matters relating to the question or to question the evidence. And then the burden of proof will typically rest with the appellant. In situations where a party has made a specific application, such as a postponement, the burden of proof rests with the applicant. And the burden of proof for a committee hearing is the civil standard. So requires that the party bearing the burden of proof establish a case on a balance of probabilities. So this means that the committee can say we think it's more probable than not, then the burden is discharged, but if the probabilities are equal, it's not. The committee may vote to go on private for matters such as deliberation or for legal advice. And then matters are then decided by a majority vote. Decisions can be given orally in public by the chair upon conclusion of the hearing, or the committee may decide to adjourn the hearing to provide additional time to deliberate and issue the decision orally in public at a later date. Decisions must be made within 5 business days. So votes on the decision must be public, and reasons for the decision do not need to be provided orally and can follow in the written decision. Following the issuance of an oral decision, the committee must provide a written confirmation of their decision along with the reasons. So alternatives to this Enforcement Appeal Review Committee would be that council hears enforcement appeals at regular council meetings, and this committee is not established. The same bylaws would need to be amended in order to refer to council for appeals, as they currently do not follow the Municipal Government Act. So appeals to notices and orders should be reviewed by council or a council committee and cannot be delegated directly to administration. So through this committee, we would have administration on it, but because it's a council committee, it kind of gets around that. So I've outlined the recommendations in the report, so I won't go through those, but we'll open it up now for questions.
Great, thank you very much for bringing another IRC to us.
Yeah.
I love IRC.
Yeah.
IRC 2.0.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, you make reference in your report that coming down the pipeline is a community standards bylaw that would also be governed, or would be have an appeal to this body, and we'd be bringing an appeal back, or a revision back of this bylaw at that time to allow for community standards in it as well?
Yeah, so any order or notice written under the proposed community standards bylaw would also be heard by this committee.
Great, thank you. I will open it up to questions of council. Councillor Faubert.
Me, surprise. Thank you, Ms. Miller, for your presentation and for your work on the Enforcement Appeal Review Committee structure and the bylaw to create it. What would an order under section 545 or 546 under the MGA be?
So under 545, it's a failure to comply with any bylaw. So if we wrote an order for someone who had a fruit tree on their property and we wanted to have them remediated by taking off the fruit from the tree, we could write something under that, and then they could then appeal it to this committee. For 546, it's unsightly properties, and there's some vague kind of determination because that one is more around safety. That's why you only have the 7 days to appeal instead of the 14 days.
Do we, without this review committee, how do we handle these processes now?
They would have to be referred to council, so at a regular meeting such as this.
Do we get a lot of
No.
appeals? Okay. Oh.
Knock on wood.
Okay. Dr. Cotter.
I would just add to that, we don't get many, but some of the ones that it's very rare, but they can be, there can be a lot of issues around some of these things, and council meetings are very public. So it's really more about making sure it's the right forum. And while we still have to conduct the hearing in public, it's a lot less under scrutiny than a regular council meeting or an all council meeting. So it also just feels more appropriate for some of the personal circumstances that might get brought up. It's a bit more about that than about the number of them. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, most do.
Great, thank you. Oh, and I just realized your microphone wasn't on, so the question was, do other communities have review committees? And the response was yes, most of them. Great. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Can you speak to, Ms. Cottle alluded to the publicity of these events, and so we won't be streaming them via YouTube, is that correct, or are we?
Yeah. We are still working out some of the process, but I don't think, we don't stream the Emergency Advisory Committee on YouTube, so it could be one of those committees that we don't stream, but we still we put a notice to the public that it is happening. Public can still attend, but.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Cottle, did you have anything you wanted to add? No? Okay. Any other questions? Just waiting the 8-second delay. All right, well, thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you.
So, just before moving first reading, I did find a couple of minor typos, and so I will connect with the clerk offline. They're just a "and" instead of an "and" type thing. Okay, so I will move that council give first reading to the Enforcement Appeal Review Committee Bylaw 2022-11. And Councillor Hill said, I know that you had an amendment to move. Please proceed.
Yeah, there's, I think it's going to be going on the screen here in a second, hopefully. There's just a small typo and then a slightly redundant section number in one of the other sections. So, yeah, so there it is. So amend section 21B by replacing bylaw 10/2022 with bylaw 10/2021 or 2011, as that's the correct bylaw, and then amend section 21F by striking out or 21B, just because the general manager of municipal services is excluded in section B, so it doesn't need to be in section F. So very simple amendment.
Yeah, and thanks for catching that. And I know you put it to the municipal clerk's office and was advised that that's more than editorial, and so that it's appropriate to be brought as a motion. But because it is really a tidying up, I think it's fine to have the two amendments to the two different sections at the same one. So I'd obviously be happy to support that. Would anybody like to speak to the amending motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the amending motion. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Does anybody else have any amendments? Seeing none, I will speak to the development of this committee. I think that, well, not only is it tidying up our procedures to be in line with the Municipal Government Act, it also provides a much more appropriate venue for hearing any appeals, as Dr. Cottle had described. And even though they're not frequent, it is good to have a better system in place. So I will very much support this, and I think it's a very good thing for you to have brought forward. Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I will now move that Council give second reading to the Enforcement Appeal Review Committee Bylaw 2022-11. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I will now seek leave. Move that Council give leave for third reading of the Enforcement Appeal Review Committee Bylaw 2022-11. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. So I will now move that Council give third reading to the Enforcement Appeal Review Committee Bylaw 2022-11. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now, pursuant to the bylaw that we've just approved, Council's to appoint 2 members to the Enforcement Appeals Review Committee. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to see how many are interested, and if there are more than 2, we will have a secret ballot, and where you get to vote for 2. All right? So just by a show of hands, who is interested in being on this committee? There we go. Okay, I will then move. I will move that Council appoint. No, I waited for the delay. Councillor Mall, were you interested in being on the committee?
I'm possibly interested. I just wanted to ask a question to Ms. Miller, what she would perceive as the expected time commitment as we get this started up. And the secondary question is, because I'm on the BIA, does that lead to conflicts of interest being on this as well?
In terms of time commitment, it really depends on the amount of appeals that we get in. So I guess I will have a full team of CPOs soon, so that may start to increase. But right now, the workload is very small. In terms of conflict of interest, I don't know if I can answer that. I don't see one.
Okay.
But
I think there would be a clear conflict if you were involved in the decision to bring about the order that is being appealed. and who knows, maybe a circumstance will arise that we'd have to consider it, but I don't think in the ordinary course of things that just being on a committee would result in being a conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you.
So are you interested in putting your name forward, and we'll move to a secret ballot?
Sure, you can put me forward. I'll be on, and I could be on IRC and IRC. So if it comes out that way by the
Okay,
vote.
so the process is that we will then have a secret ballot. Because you're online, I think, can you send a chat?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why don't you text Dr. Cottle with 2 names? And the 3 choices are you, Councillor Hillstad, and myself. And I would ask everybody else to grab a piece of paper and write down 2 names, and we'll go from there. Yep. Yep, yep. Yourself for the clerk, or no, it should be yourself for the clerks. That's right. Yeah. Yep. Okay, and so don't forget, Councillor Mall will have sent his electronically, and whichever 2 names have the most votes will be the ones that I insert into the motion.
I'm learning. So it was super close, but the winners were Councillor Hillstad and Mayor Krauser. Thank you.
All right, I will then move that Council appoint Councillor Hillstad and Mayor Krausert to the Enforcement Appeals Review Committee. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now, before we move on, Councillor Faubert, you have a motion arising.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. So given that the staff report and the establishment of this committee presupposes the creation of a community standards bylaw, I am putting forward a motion arising to direct administration to include a prohibition on planting new fruit-bearing trees in the community as part of that community standards bylaw. I think that new bylaw is the right place to move forward with a prohibition on new trees. I think that the discussion around how we regulate fruit-bearing trees in our community has been ongoing for a long time. But for me, last year, it was an incident with a mother black bear with 2 cubs that were eating dogwood berries in a residential neighborhood that were killed by Fish and Wildlife officers because they were eating fruit from a tree in a residential neighborhood in our community. And when I look at the provincial government and Fish and Wildlife in particular, the policy Black Bear Response Guide, relocation and euthanasia are both wildlife officers can use euthanasia or relocation the first time they encounter a black bear that's either habituated or food conditioned. That means that for black bears in our community that are getting into wildlife attractants like fruit trees, there is no second chance. There's no guarantee of a second chance. It's not, oh, they got in trouble and we're gonna take them and move them to another location and we'll solve this problem. No, the solution to the problem is to destroy the bears. And I think that we can do better than that, and one way we can do better than that is by reducing the number of fruit-bearing trees we have in our community. And while I'm not proposing that we direct administration to prohibit anything that currently exists, I think moving forward into the future, we could show bold leadership in our community and on the environment by saying we don't want any new types of these trees planted because it puts wildlife at risk. We also have, we had for a long time a human conflict, wildlife conflict manager, the only one in the entire province, and he has retired. And so far, there's no indication from the provincial government that they are going to replace that person, even though the grizzly bear management plan requires that every single grizzly bear unit has a human wildlife conflict specialist employed in this province. And for years, we had one. So I have very little faith in the provincial government's role here to manage human wildlife conflicts on its own. I think we have a role to play as well, and this is an opportunity to do something, and I'll stop talking.
Thank you, Councillor Bear, for bringing this forward. As we discussed yesterday, I think it is appropriate since the report before us did show that that a community standards bylaw is being produced and will be coming to council. And I believe that the motion that you put forward is one that I can easily support. The efforts that the town of Canmore have made in reducing conflict have been very leading edge in many ways. Dealing with fruit trees is difficult when people already have them in the yards, and I know we've been trying to encourage people to replace those trees. And this motion will at least limit the growth of that problem so that we can hopefully then move to reduce the numbers over time and thereby reduce the conflict. So I will support this motion. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. And Councillor Faubert, I'd be happy to support your motion. Councils in the past have approved budget items to provide tree replacement, have had conversations at various times about native species, non-native species, fruit-bearing trees, fruit-bearing bushes, etc. And I'm not sure we've ever really been able to come to a place where we were, I don't know, willing or able, maybe it's COVID, I don't know, to be able to say, no more, we don't need to plant these anymore. I know part of the challenge has been between trying to make sure you are planting fire-smart foliage and planting fruit-bearing trees or wildlife attractants. You pretty much are able to plant concrete. But I think that this is a good step. We should focus on the fruit-bearing to start because we know that that is the largest of the two attractants for wildlife in particular. And so I'd be happy to support this.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you for bringing this one forward. I too will be supportive of this. In the future, I would like us to see us deal with those existing trees. The last stats I saw was about 2,500 fruit-bearing trees in town, including by the town of Canmore. It is something that we need to deal with at some point in time in the near future, and this is a step in that right direction. Thank you.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was curious if Councillor Faubert would be willing to accept a friendly amendment of adding to fruit-bearing trees, also shrubs as well. For example, there's a lot of buffalo berry around in the community, and I just think trees and shrubs would be a little more encompassing of where we're at with the spirit of this motion.
Councillor Faubert.
I think for now I'd like to keep it to fruit-bearing trees because the fruit on the trees is significantly more and is an actual, like, there are concrete incidents of bears in fruit trees that I can reference, whereas I think that if we were to, I don't think people are planting Shaperdia bushes, but I think fruit trees are an attractive landscaping aspect, and so that's why I think that. But I'm sure that administration could come forward with recommendations around shrubs, but right now I'm most comfortable specific.
Great.
But and remember, this isn't a done deal. This is just saying put some language in a bylaw that addresses this issue and come back for us, and then we get to debate that. So that could be added at that point, Councillor Moore.
Also, Councillor Ma, it is open to you to propose an amendment to the motion if you would like to, or you could, as Councillor Faubert suggests, wait and see the actual wording that we're presented with.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm a little conflicted on this one. I know my conversations with Nick DeReuter, who works a lot with like the Wild Smart side, he did cite, like, for example, buffalo berry bushes as being even more problematic in some situations than trees, just because they're easier access for bears. You're supposed to climb the tree, they're right down low, and just trying to cast the net wide enough so that sometimes we get those shrubs as well at the same time.
Councillor Faubert.
Yeah, and this isn't about existing vegetation. This is about planting in new developments moving forward. So I think that might be a different issue.
Yeah, I was just trying to catch the people potentially planting shrubs at this time as well too, because I know that is part of the process of putting in greenery. There's shrubs, there's trees. Yeah.
All right, well, tell you what, so it's not being accepted as a friendly amendment. You can give that a thought for a moment, because I'm going to ask for a friendly amendment from Councillor Faubert. In recognition that we actually don't have a community standards bylaw yet, are you okay if we tack on to the end of it, being developed by administration? Okay, so that's being accepted from Councillor Faubert. Yeah, there we go. Would anybody else like to speak to this motion? Councillor Ma, did you want to make an amending motion, or are you fine?
Sorry about the delay there. I would like to make an amending motion, and it would be, I'm just trying to figure out the wording here. So perhaps maybe like fruit-bearing trees, could we broaden that word to fruit-bearing foliage in the community as part of the community standards bylaw being developed by administration?
Okay, so replacing trees with foliage?
Sure.
Or vegetation?
Flora, yeah.
Okay, so are you happy with replacing trees with vegetation as your amending motion?
Yes, sir. That's good. Thank you.
All right, and you have spoken to it. Is there anything else you'd like to say in support of the amending motion?
Nope, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Okay. Speaking to the motion, I can support this. I think that we don't want anything that's fruit-bearing to be planted anew. Councillor Hillstead?
This may be getting into the weeds. Sorry, I had to. But with fruit-bearing vegetation, the only concern I have with that is that people have gardens on their properties. That would then say no more gardens. So for that reason, if that is what the interpretation I'd look to admit if that's correct, but.
Okay, question to admin, that's a good question. Let's see. Ms. Miller, would fruit-bearing vegetation eliminate gardens?
If you put the words wildlife attractant, fruit-bearing vegetation, that would make it much more clear, because currently gardens aren't, they aren't an attractant.
Okay.
And not nearly in the same way as a fruit tree or a buffalo berry bush. But then it would give more broad without getting too specific, so that we can still enforce it and add things on as needed if something becomes an attractant.
Councillor Ma, would you accept that as a friendly amendment, that between new and fruit-bearing, we add wildlife attractant?
Yes, that'd be great.
All right, so the amending motion is to insert new, wildlife attractant and replace trees with vegetation. Councillor Faubert.
So when I read this, I could still interpret it as administration to just stick to trees, because those are a wildlife attracting fruit-bearing vegetation, and it might not necessarily lead to other changes. Would that be fair to say from administration?
Yeah, so it would still give us the ability to make sure that no new fruit trees are being planted, but also that no new buffalo berry bushes or any other type of attractant is being planted.
All right.
Good. Would anybody else like to speak to this amending motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor of the amendment? Carried unanimously. We'll now return to the main motion as amended. Would anybody like to speak further to that motion? Councillor Ma.
I will be voting in support of this motion, and I wanted to thank Councillor Faubert for her vision in bringing this forward, because I think it's timely. In my conversations with ERC, there is plenty of frustration with wildlife attractants, and if we can stem the tide of future ones coming in, that'd be super helpful. So thank you, Councillor Faubert.
Anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I call the question then. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Faubert. Moving now to item, where are we? G4, Emergency Management Bylaw, Amending Bylaw, 2022-17. Ms. Miller, Part 2.
Part 2, I'm back. So I didn't think I'd be back this quickly about the emergency management bylaw, but the Alberta Emergency Management Agency recently gave advice to municipalities to amend their bylaws to ensure that the Director of Emergency Management has the authority to delegate their responsibilities should they be unavailable. So should I be sick, should I be on vacation, or just otherwise unavailable. So this amending bylaw would authorize the Director of Emergency Management to delegate their authority to a Deputy Director of Emergency Management. So it was kind of interesting because we had this very big conversation with the Alberta Emergency Management Agency because they actually ask us who our directors or Deputy Directors of Emergency Management are, and we have to give them a name. So then when it came up, some questions with other municipalities around, like, so what are their authorities? How many deputies can you have? They turned it back around and said, well, it has to be in your bylaw. So it went through a legislative review on their end, and their advice was to amend the bylaw. So with the proposed change, on to the next slide, the Manager of Protective Services is hereby authorized to appoint one or more persons as a Deputy Director of Emergency Management, who shall have all the authority and responsibility of the Director of Emergency Management when the Director is unable to perform their duties or when the Director position is vacant. That is all.
Great, thank you. And so, just so everybody notes that the change to section 14.1 that is being added, one or more persons as the Deputy Director of Emergency Management.
Yes.
And delete services.
Yes.
Great, thank you. All right, any questions? Councillor Graham.
Just a clarifying question maybe. Why one or more persons? Why not just one person?
Just to make sure that we have the ability to appoint more if we need to in the future. So in this case, I would say the Deputy Director of Emergency Management and the CAO could fill in for those duties as well. So it just gives us a bit more flexibility.
Any other questions? Councillor Hillstead?
Just a procedure one. Do we need to have an actual amending motion because that's in the public realm right now? Because I know that was part of the reason why my last one got put out there was because it's in the public document, and so it needs an actual amendment now.
And so if it's more than editorial, so Mr. Mackay?
Yes, is the answer. We were talking about the same thing.
Okay, so we will have an amending motion. Okay, so I will move that amending motion once I move first reading. And thank you for that procedural question and answer. Any other questions? All right. In that case, then, I will move. I'm just going to get to the actual bylaw here. All right, so I will move that council give first reading to the Emergency Management Bylaw, amending Bylaw 2022-17. And I will move an amendment that the proposed change replace Deputy Director of Emergency Services with Deputy Director of Emergency Management. Any discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And so now we're back to the original motion. And in my mind, this is a just continuing to be in compliance with what's required of us. So I'll be supporting the motion. Mr. Mackay?
I just wanted to note that the services item that you identified also exists in the title. So you may wish to correct that now, 14.1 and then 1 on page 276.
All right. All right, I'm going to friendly amendment that I am moving that we replace any reference to the Deputy Director of Emergency Services with Deputy Director of Emergency Management. Okay. And I would just put quotations around each of those titles. And then instead of just two, change to or replaced by. Okay, thank you. All right, in that case, I will now call the question on the revised amendment. We will erase what we just voted on previously. And all those in favor of this amendment? Carried unanimously. Okay, so now we're back to the main motion, which is giving first reading. Anybody like to speak to the main motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I move the council give second reading to the Emergency Management Bylaw, Amending Bylaw 2022-17. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I now move that council give leave for third reading of the Emergency Management Bylaw, Amending Bylaw 2022-17. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move that council give third reading to the Emergency Management Bylaw, Amending Bylaw 2022-17. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Miller. We'll now move to new business. Item H1, Budget Development Direction. Ms. Richardson.
You're going to need that? Sorry.
And then press the keyboard when you want to switch slides. I'll follow along and switch it from mine. Sorry. It's okay. I'll hide your notes.
Yeah, you can see how. Okay, so you said use the keyboard. You'll follow along.
Welcome to council.
Thank you. Last one from me for a while, and then you get a break.
We'll miss you.
I will miss you too. I might not miss the budget. I'll have other problems. Correct. Okay, so you can see I never know how your days are going to go, so I wasn't sure if I was going to be the morning or the afternoon. We are the afternoon, so good afternoon, council. So myself and Palki are here today. I'll be leading most of the presentation today, but if there are any questions, we're both available, and we're here today with regards to the budget development direction for the upcoming preparation of the 2023 and 2024 operating and capital budgets. So we're seeking direction from council on the parameters within which to prepare the preliminary operating and capital budgets for the budget process later this year. So this year, administration plans to return to two-year budget approvals, and so we'll be bringing forward operating and capital budget approvals, or budgets for approval, sorry, for both 23 and 24. The current proposal is for administration to return with what we're calling status quo budgets, representing a continuation of existing services and service levels, as well as a prioritized list of options for consideration for potential increases or decreases based on council's new strategic plan and priorities or other administrative recommendations. Also, operating plans for 2025 and 2026 and capital plans for the years 2025 through 2028 will be brought forward as well. So as such, our motion today is that council direct administration to prepare preliminary operating and capital budgets for 2023 and 2024 based on status quo service levels, and I'll get into that a little bit more further on. Secondly, that we prepare preliminary operating plans for 2025 to 2026 and capital plans for 2025 through 2028. Additionally, that we prepare prioritized lists of optional increases or decreases to the 2023 and 2024 budgets for consideration based on strategic priorities and recommended administrative items. There isn't a direct motion around this, but additionally, due to requirements for advertising timelines for any changes to the franchise fees, any changes to the fees would need to be initiated prior to the start of our budget process this fall. So if this is something council would like to consider, administration would need direction ahead of that time. So as some background, as Council is likely aware, historically, the budget direction we've received established the target to not be exceeded with the preliminary budgets brought forward. So for 2022, you may recall that number was 5%. So what this meant was that this approach often resulted in significant changes being made internally prior to the start of those budget conversations with the Finance Committee. And typically what that looked like was reductions and deferrals that administration would need to make in order to stay within that directed tax increase. This recommended change in approach is particularly timely this current year, given the broader overall economic environment. So some factors that are likely to strongly impact the upcoming budget cycle include the following. So decreased funding from all levels of government, provincial and federal, as we've been seeing. The recent dramatic rise in interest rates will have a significant increase on our borrowing costs going into the future. As discussed frequently in the news these days, you can't avoid it with record levels of inflation. That's also expected to have significant impacts on our operating costs. And finally, just to flag that the supply chain issues that have been referenced throughout the pandemic particularly seem to be continuing, and that could result in delays to projects or could have impacts on our project costing. And there are some things that we do know currently. So based on the 2022 budget, looking ahead to 2023, a 1% tax increase would equal $281,000. Again, that's kind of that numeric benchmark we usually use. We do anticipate some additional revenue from growth in the community. CPI is currently trending, at the time I wrote the report, it was 5.5. Most recently, we're kind of up to 5.8, so it's continued to creep up a little bit. Similarly, as mentioned on the previous slide, rising interest rates are expected to have a significant impact on our borrowing costs. We're already seeing rates move from around 3% at the start of this year up to close to 5% in the most recent indicative rates available from the province. And so at a minimum, based on kind of only a handful of known items, the starting point for the budget work of managers and supervisors for the rest of the summer is looking closer to a tax increase of 10 to 15%. So again, what we're moving towards this year with the budget cycle is that the preliminary budget that we'll bring forward to the Finance Committee for discussion and deliberation is, again, what we're calling a status quo budget. And so again, that represents a continuation of existing services and programs at existing service levels. And to clarify, this would include accommodations for community growth. In addition to that status quo budget, we'll then bring forward a list of prioritized possible increases or decreases, again linked to Council's strategic plan or changing community needs that we've identified for consideration at that time. Just a note again on the timeframes that this process will cover. So prior to COVID, we did have multi-year budget approvals. Then we did 2 one-year approvals in 2021 because of the uncertainty around the COVID pandemic, and then 2022 to align with when the last council strategic plan had ended. Now, with the preparation of the new council strategic plan, we do intend to return to those 2-year budget approvals, and therefore we're proposing a 2-year budget approval, and then to get to those 3 and 5 years that are required under the MGA for operating plans and capital plans, we'll need another 2 years of operating plan and 4 years of capital plan in that second year. So total 4 years operating, 6 years of capital planning to accommodate that 2-year approval, if that all makes sense. So one of the primary purposes of today's report is to develop a shared understanding of what would and would not be included under this new status quo approach. So we'll start with the operating budget side, and particularly salaries, wages, and benefits, which, as you know, represents the majority of our operating expenses. So our proposal is for the status quo budget to include COLA and market adjustments, both in accordance with our employee pay policies and slippage, as we've done in prior years. So adjusting pay grids for COLA minimizes the risk of significant rate differentials when compensation studies are done. COLA is used for those compensatory rates of pay adjustments. So for 2023, we would use the Calgary and Region CPI. Again, consistent with prior years, we would use July of 2021 to June of 2022, and we look at the average annual index versus the same period for the prior year. Now, our historic practice was to use the same rate as the first budget year, so we would use the 2023 rate for those future years as well. But since we're trending so high, that doesn't seem like a reasonable approach going forward, and we did have some discussions, as you'll likely recall, about rates to use for future years at the time that this 2022 budget was approved. So what we're proposing is this year we'll use the Calgary and Region Economic Outlook for 2022 to 2027 and use forecasted inflation factors as COLA for those future years. Again, just because right now it's currently looking high, to continue to use that high value for multiple years in a row doesn't align with the forecasts that we're currently seeing, where it is expected to taper off at some point. So for 24 and 25, we're looking at potentially a projection for inflation of 2.6% and 1.8% for the COLA calculation for those respective years. So moving on from kind of those three items, in addition, the status quo budget will include additional staff requirements to maintain those existing programs and services at the existing service levels, again, inclusive of any growth requirements. But any new positions related to new services or programs or increased level of services in existing programs or services will not be included in the status quo budget, and those will instead be presented on that options list for Finance Committee consideration. So next, moving on to reserve contributions. So the status quo budget is planned to include reserve contributions at the full levels recommended in the long-term financial strategy and in accordance with existing practices and policies. For other areas of operating expenses beyond salaries, wages, and benefits and reserve contributions, the status quo preliminary budget will include expected levels of inflation, as well as any terms related to new or extended contracts, again, for existing work. Any operating expenses related to new programs or services, or again, increased service levels in existing programs or services, will instead be on that options list and will be excluded from our status quo preliminary budget. Now, one area I did want to draw specific attention to was around RCMP and fire costs and those previously planned increased phase-ins. So we are recommending that the 6-year phase-in plan for cost increases within fire, as well as the anticipated RCMP cost increases, are included in this status quo budget. And it's planned to be put forward as it's been presented in previous years, including the partial offsets through the phased draws from the tax stabilization reserve. So moving on to capital, our proposal is that asset management projects such as required maintenance and upgrades to existing town assets would be prioritized. And then similarly, capital projects related to supporting existing programs and services would also be prioritized. So moving on from kind of that shared understanding of what would and wouldn't be included in that status quo budget brought forward for deliberation this fall, the other area that administration is looking for further direction is with respect to the possibility of changes to our franchise fees. For our franchise fees, the Fortis franchise fee is currently set at 12% and the ATCO gas fee is set at 30%, while the maximums for each of those are at 20% and 35% respectively. Now, there are large ranges across the province in these rates, right from communities that choose not to charge any to communities that choose to charge the maximum. The last time these were looked at, which would have been 2021, we did note that for ATCO, there are fewer municipalities at the bottom end of that spectrum. It is a tighter spread on the ATCO side. On Fortis, it's a little bit all over the map in terms of municipalities across the province. So again, the town's last update to the franchise fees was in 2020, which was effective for the start of 2021, when the rates moved from 10 to 12% and 27 to 30%. So at this point in the year, it's too early to speak to the expected anticipated impacts of any potential rate increases. So the specific calculators that we actually get from both Fortis and ATCO are made available annually, but those aren't typically available until early in the fall. So based on the projections that we received for this year, 2022, just as a reference, a 1% increase to the franchise fees would have equaled roughly $135,000 for Fortis and $55,000 for ATCO. Now, at the last time our franchise fees were increased, an allocation model for those monies was also created. So this allocation model that again was approved with that 2020 budget cycle uses the fees in their entirety to support capital requirements and climate action initiatives. So an amount approximately equal to 5% of the previous year's taxes goes to fund operating capital initiatives. 6% of the franchise fees are used to support climate action initiatives in 2022. That was up from 5% in 2021. And again, we did have a plan to continue to increase that by a percentage point each year up to a maximum of 10%. Now, as part of those climate action initiatives, 75% of that pot of money goes to fund the climate change specialist position, and then the rest goes to the sustainability reserve. Any remaining franchise fees after those two are transferred to the asset replacement and rehabilitation reserve. So in the accompanying report, there is some potential wording for a motion if council wishes to give direction to administration to report back on these items. Again, the timing is just always a bit tricky that we don't have those calculators available to really speak to the specific impacts at this time. But the franchise fees, again, doesn't necessarily, because of the allocation model, have a direct impact on the tax rates charged within the community, again, because it goes to support our capital requirements and climate action initiatives. But again, it's an opportunity, should council wish it, to allocate more funding for strategic initiatives related to those areas. Finally, just some quick notes on the schedule. So starting this month and into August is when the primary development of the budget will occur. That's why this direction today is so critical. In September and August, our corporate strategic team will meet and deliberate regarding the first draft of the budget based on the work of managers and supervisors. Then in November, we get into the Finance Committee budget meetings. That's when those are scheduled, including the deliberations. And finally, we'll be seeking final council budget approval in December. Just on time, I'm wrapping up. In conclusion, again, so this was our recommendation at this time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. Are there any questions? Councillor Hillstad.
With the RCMP, does that include the retroactive pay?
We would be looking at the status quo would include the planned increases going forward from those recent negotiations, but our plan at this point, we're still awaiting further information regarding the retro pay, including all the advocacy work that Alberta Municipalities is doing. So at this point, there wouldn't be a plan to include retro, since that relates to previous year service and not the current years going forward.
Thank you.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson, for your great presentation and all your hard work on the budgets. For franchise fees, what's our history been with respect to increasing that?
Oh, I thought about putting in that slide and then I didn't. So we changed in the 2020 budget, so not this past budget cycle, kind of the one before that, so effective for the 2021 year. My recollection is we hadn't had a change in 5 years before that. I think there'd been a modest increase then, and then prior to that, I would say there was at least 5 to 10 years where we, again, hadn't had an increase. So these increases have only happened every kind of 5 or longer years historically. It definitely wasn't something that was revisited every budget cycle. What happens is usually, if that is something that the council of the day is interested in pursuing, we do get these kind of spreadsheets of where municipalities across the province are sitting. We look at where our rates are sitting in conjunction with kind of everyone else's, what the maximum rates are sitting at, and then we can bring kind of a recommendation to council to try to stay in alignment with where things are going across the province. Again, it's a little bit challenging because there are such broad ranges and different philosophical approaches from municipality to municipality about how to handle these fees that are assessed on the same residents of the community that our taxes are.
Yeah.
So
I find myself wearing 2 hats. One, I like a revenue source, but on the other hand, the cumulative effect of fees upon people in our community and the cost of living and affordability is far greater than this one thing, but this one thing contributes to it. How do we balance that? Please tell me, so I can.
And that's why we're looking for direction to see where council is kind of philosophically at in relation to to this issue. Again, it has an indirect relationship in taxes, and that to the extent that franchise fees in the current allocation model, again, assuming this council wishes to continue to follow that allocation model we've used historically, is entirely dedicated to capital and climate change needs. We don't treat it as another general revenue source in the same way some municipalities do. But again, if by using these fees to help those areas, that indirectly does help the tax-supported budget as well.
I really like that we have identified where the money goes and the climate change initiatives, because I think that we can tie that directly to the power use and the natural gas use. I think my greatest concern is maximizing what we can take and not considering affordability. And I don't know what the answer is, but what I am thinking right now is predictability, in that whatever we do, we should communicate to the community in advance that this is how it will increase over time, instead of deciding every other year whether we want to do it. So I don't know if that helps, but clearly not really.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation today. So turning to the recommended motion, first I'd ask council if anybody objects to dealing with all three of these together as one motion. I don't, but I wanted to put that out there. We're okay? Okay, so I will be putting forward the motion as follows. The council direct administration to 1, prepare preliminary operating and capital budgets for 2023 and 2024 based on status quo service levels. 2, prepare preliminary operating plans for 2025 to 2026 and capital plans for 2025 to 2028. 3, prepare prioritized lists of optional increases or decreases to the 2023 and 2024 budgets for consideration based on strategic priorities or recommended administrative items. So that's the main motion. I am going to move an amending motion that we add 4, report back with a recommendation on Fortis and ATCO gas franchise fee rates in advance of the necessary notification periods. So I just wanted to put it out there for to see what council's appetite is, and I'm putting it as an amending motion, so if it's approved, it will be part of the main motion. If not, it won't be there. And I've used the wording that was recommended by administration in the staff report. Personally, I support this motion because I would like to know what the recommendation is. I do like your suggestion, Councillor Frobert, of perhaps looking beyond this one, but maybe what's a philosophy or a policy towards that. And maybe there's an alignment with our property tax policy of where we try to be, you know. So other discussion on this amending motion? Councillor McCallum.
It's not on the amending motion, it's on the main motion. Do you want me to wait, or?
Yeah, we'll wait on the main motion then.
Absolutely, no problem.
Anybody else on the amending motion? Okay, and so once again, this would be, it will be number 4, and then it will just start with the report back because the first part is in there. So just a slight variation of what's up on the screen. And so I will call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So now the main motion is amended, so there will be the 4 items. And looking for discussion on that motion, Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. So in past years, we've had the opportunity, I think this last budget, we might have not started off this way and then we ended this way, but it was almost like showing the cumulative effects of different impacts on the budget. So for instance, this is the impact of COLA and on salary, wages, and benefits. This is how much our insurance has increased. So really showing what status quo looks like, not line by line, but broad line by line. Is that what the intent of admin is going to be when they bring back a status quo budget? Or are you looking at another format? I just felt that it was so simple. And I guess that's why I'm asking about the simplicity of it and if it's really that simple.
Yeah, I mean, so I've mostly been focused on what's the definition of status quo, what are we bringing you and what are we not, and I don't even think that we've gotten to that point yet of how are we going to present that information.
You know what I'm talking about, though. You remember that
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and
sure.
so what I'm hearing is that was a helpful presentation format. I think what we struggle with a little bit of that is there's a certain amount of gray and nuance, but I think, again, it's reasonable for us to identify some of those major categories. I mean, that one slide of the major things we know are going to impact us. That's some of the work that Mr. Irwin and myself were doing already this year is, okay, broad brush strokes, what are some of those pieces going to look like? So absolutely, I would say that that's when we bring forward that status quo, it would include highlighting what are some of those pressures that have led to, and again, that's just one of the things we're trying to condition at this point, likely that starting point being a potentially higher tax increase than the 5% we've brought as a starting point in the past. Yeah. But again, a breakdown of what's contributing to that would be reasonable for us to include and present.
I think that if you're not paying certain bills in a certain way as a ratepayer, that maybe sometimes it's difficult to understand how could that go up by that much? And to be able to see that line by line as opposed to in big blobs, I think is really not only helpful to us, but it's also helpful to the public. I think I recollect one of the lines that were presented increasing and realizing that we could reduce something at some place and it would bring that down. I think it was insurance actually. It would bring that number down. But if we had not actually seen it proud on the page, we wouldn't have known to ask the question. So. And especially areas like insurance is one where it's it doesn't necessarily move in relation to CPI, it moves in relation to the insurance market. We've been experiencing a number of years of a hard insurance market. And so specifically highlighting where we're moving, especially at rates greater than the inflation that we would generally expect based on CPI, will absolutely highlight. Wonderful. That's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCallum. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? In speaking to the motion, I appreciate this approach. I know that some time back, rather than having a sort of a target percentage of maximum increase, we did have this, here's status quo and here's sort of your a la carte increases and decreases that you could take a look at. And I certainly support what Councillor McCallum was bringing up because well, I had asked the question during this last budget period, and it was very helpful to know, in simple terms, where's that increase for the status quo coming from? Because it's easy for us to then communicate with residents. Seeing nobody lined up to speak, I will call the question on that motion. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I will look to, before we move on to the next item, I will look to Councillor Faubert because you had a motion arising on in this area as well.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. Now, the wording of my motion might be awkward and I might need to move a clause up, but I'll explain it first. In 2010, the Alberta Health Services and the provincial government took over the delivery of ambulance services from municipalities. At the time, Canmore operated an integrated fire ambulance service And as a result of the provincial change in how this was done and funded, we divested from that. But since that time, our fire department has been, and fire departments across Alberta, backstop our emergency medical services system. If there is no ambulance available immediately, or if it is a very serious call, the fire department is also dispatched. Oftentimes, and we've seen in the stats, or on occasion, they are the first to arrive in our community because the way that ambulances are being dispatched in the province and the issues that our healthcare system is facing in general have created a bit of an acute crisis with respect to this service. So we are seeing increased demands on our fire rescue department to respond to medical emergencies. In my mind, I started wondering, how do we better understand that from a financial perspective? Because in the future, there are a lot of things that are increasing our fire rescue budget regardless. You know, it's a huge portion of, or a significant portion of our overall budget, a significant program that we deliver, and one that I'm very proud of. My dad was actually a Canmore firefighter for many years. But trying to understand how much time and money we're spending as a municipality who isn't responsible for healthcare delivery, backstopping our healthcare system by responding when ambulances aren't available, I thought the best place to understand that would be through the master fee schedule. And by providing direction to administration to change that fee schedule in advance of the next budget, to establish a new fee or set of fees for delivering emergency medical response services by Canmore Fire Rescue based on a cost recovery model, i.e., what does it cost for us to respond in different types of situations? I know when I look at the master fee schedule and I look at Canmore Fire Rescue and I look at their response to the MD of Bighorn or Alberta Forestry, that there's different scenarios and different fees. I don't know what the fee structure would be. I don't know how much it costs. But if we're able to put a price on this service, I think we as a council, as elected officials, and as a community are going to be able to better understand how much money we're spending supporting ambulances in our community. And that's what I want. I'm not saying that we do anything with this information at all. This is the most direct route that I can find to actually put a number on that. So I will leave it at that. If there's a better way to measure this.
So before going to Councillor McCallum, I will go to Dr. Cottle.
Thanks. I just want to understand, Councillor Foubert, if this is about tracking our costs to provide emergency response, or if this is about a change to the master fee schedule. Because we have tracking software in fire, and we use the master fee schedule to bill, for example, the MD, because the master fee schedule assumes the cost to deliver the service based on the equipment and the personnel. So we can already track what we spend on emergency services. So are you asking for tracking, or I guess I don't quite understand what we would do different in the master fee schedule. And I'm wondering if you could speak to that.
So what I would look for is, what does it cost us to send 2 firefighters in the truck for a Delta call when there's no ambulance available?
I would say we already have that in the master fee schedule. What you're looking for is a tracking of what it costs when we do that. So part of the issue, if I can just, it's not so much about what it costs, it depends on how long they're there, right? So, you know, but the hourly rate is already in the master fee schedule, and every call is different.
Yes.
So what we would bill is based on the rate in the master fee schedule and the timing of the actual call.
Yeah. And so you're saying that we're billing Alberta Health Services?
I'm not saying we don't send bills to Alberta Health Services because But we have the ability to bill them now. So I guess I want to follow the spirit of if we're going to do something with this motion, it's not clear to me what we would do different than what's already in the master fee schedule, because I suspect you're talking about tracking and reporting to council on the cost for providing that backstop, not on something new in the master fee schedule. Okay. Do you understand the nuance? I'm right?
No. I have asked this question before. And I would like to understand how much of our budget, not beforehand, but after the fact, did we spend on fire rescue responding for emergency medical calls, not to the MD of Bighorn, but for Alberta Health Services? Because I don't think, when I look at the fee schedule, I don't see that there.
Right, and I guess what I'm saying is the fee schedule wouldn't say this is the cost to respond to a fire in Exshaw. The master fee schedule talks about apparatus, number of, and the rank of who responded. And then what we do is we look at the call and what actually happened, and we apply the master fee schedule to the call. So what I think you're asking for is for us to apply the master fee schedule to our AHS health-related calls. And that's different than doing something different in the master fee schedule. Okay. That's what I'm trying to get at here. So I think you're asking for, as part of budget development, is to understand what our historic cost has been to backstop AHS. Using the master fee schedule is one tool we would use, along with tracking, we have a ICO tracking software in the fire hall that tracks what happens on what call, who goes, what time they leave, what time they come back, that kind of thing.
So then when I've asked before for tracking this, then where's the number?
We don't currently track it, but that's what I think you're asking for. You're asking us to begin tracking it. All I'm saying is we have the data to be able to provide that, but we have never had a request from council to provide it. And because we don't bill, we don't spend the time to pull that information. I think what you're asking for is for us to pull that information.
Yes, very much. Like, I would like to understand in the reporting from Canmore Fire Rescue how much money we spend backstopping ambulances that aren't available and responding to emergency medical response services. So this is not a new thing that I've asked. One way that I thought we could do it is because I don't see, and I didn't see anywhere in the fee schedule that set out specific fees for emergency medical response, because we don't bill anyone for that. And so hypothetically, in my mind, if we were to create fees that represent the cost recovery, we could then go back, look at the number of calls we made to the province and bill and use that as a framework to come up with the price. So I'll rescind my motion.
Well, actually, before you do that, can I suggest a friendly amendment?
Sure. This is not the first time I've asked for this. So.
Yeah. No, I would very much like to support the spirit of what you're asking. So I would suggest a friendly amendment that prepare the 2023 master fee schedule and establish a new fee and fees with
operating budget.
Track and report back to council at budget time the total costs for delivery, total cost, no, stop.
Right
there. For delivering emergency medical services by Canmore based on a cost recovery model. Sure. Is that captured?
Yeah. But to be clear, when I do not in the current fee schedule see the fees that I was thinking about.
Right.
But this is what I want. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, and thank you for taking this opportunity to bring it forward, because I think that's another part of us understanding the cost of our budget. And had we not have to expend those amounts, our budget would be this much less.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a lot, like I kind of really like to parse out a lot of what we have zero control over, what we spend of, and what we have control over spending. That way, right, like when people are talking to us about how much money we spend as a municipality, like we can back up, we can respond to them with, well, 75% of what we do, we have no choice. Like, we have with our census and going up to RCMP with 15,000 people, we have no choice. Our model of funding RCMP changes.
This is a fantastic number to get also for our advocacy, and it is part of the downloading of services from the province, right? So I think that this is one more
As long as my clumsy attempt to get at it didn't distract anyone.
No, I think
Can I just be, I just want to, I don't think your attempt was clumsy at all, and I think the important nuance for me and what you were just talking about, you have asked for this before, and our answer has been we don't track it, and so I can see how that's been confusing. We've never had a motion of council before telling us to track it, and so because we can't bill administratively, it's not been worth our time to track. So the nuance and the difference here, I don't think there's anything clumsy about what you've done, just for clarity. It's just getting council direction to do something that we have the numbers to do, but we've never done before. So it's all good.
Great, thank you. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. Yeah, I was just going to say to your earlier statement, Councillor Faubert, that this is helpful information, more than helpful information in terms of advocacy. You know, at the Alberta Municipality Board, I said, and we talk about this, and as I sent an email to all y'all about the town of Gibbons and how they are basically tracking that number and invoicing the province for fun to make them aware of what they're spending, right? It's a little passive aggressive, but I'm down. You know, they're a small community, you know, I've also heard of another community, I think is it Panoka? It's a P community. Anyways, and they have decided to bill the provincial government, I think for the education portion of taxes or something like that, or I'm not sure, they're doing something with regards to that, and it is all a little bit passive aggressive, but it gets the point across. Anyways, I think that this is a motion worth supporting.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Yes, thank you very much for bringing this one forward. I'm wondering, to administration, is there not just fire rescue, but is there other agencies, are there other departments that also backstop EMS? RCMP, Bylaw, I'm not too sure. Does this fully encompass what we're looking to do here?
I mean, RCMP might do some. Municipal enforcement does not generally. Municipal enforcement more so in animal and wildlife enforcement than in. For EMS, if there's not an ambulance nearby, the call goes directly to our fire department. So I don't believe other departments may be peripherally involved in a very unique and rare circumstance, but it is pretty much directly fire. I mean, we could talk about other forms of downloads and impacts on local governments for provincial changes, but this is the only one directly related to EMS is fire.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Hillstad.
Thank you. And thank you for this motion. Not only does it provide us with good information, but it also will help show us if our advocacy efforts and the changes that the province are proposing actually are doing anything. Because we'll be able to see, you know, does that number go down over time? Do they get better at what they're supposed to be doing already? So, yeah, I'm happy to support it.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to support this. I think it's a great idea from Councillor Faubert. In business, you can't really approve what you can't track and what you don't record. And so this is a key first step, and maybe it opens up some other opportunities for us to do some stuff such as passive aggressive invoicing, etc. So thank you. Great motion.
Any other comments on this motion? Councillor Faubert, anything in closing?
I'd like to thank Dr. Cottle, administration, and council for your help in honing in on exactly what it is that the motion needs to be to get what it is that I was hoping for. And I'm really excited about better understanding this issue. Thank you.
Great. I will then call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Before moving on to the next section, a question arising. Dr. Cottle, you triggered for me that there are other areas that the municipality provides services that are in fact within provincial domain and in fact therefore being downloaded to us. And a question is to, once again, for under the same vein, it'd be good information to know how much of our budget is being spent on things that are, should be provided by the province. What sort of work would be involved in identifying those and bringing back a number at budget time, do you think, off the top of your head?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at Palky's like, not got it. So I'm going to not say no to that. That's great. I think we can, we can take a stab at that. I'm wondering if it gets into, Ms. Richardson was talking about the time she's been spending trying to decide what is status quo. So it seems really obvious, right? Status quo budget, just bring that, that's doing what you're doing now. But there's all kinds of change and nuance and levels of complexity around what that actually means. I suspect this might be like that, but we can give it a go and at least take a first stab at trying to understand it. Some of the costs I think are unknown or harder to track. For example, I'm thinking about something like FCSS and FRN funding, which doesn't, you're right, they don't get regular increases. Anyway, we can try. We can try.
In that case, I would like to bring a motion arising.
No. Well, was I going to say no to that?
That Mr. Kelly, okay, that council direct administration to identify areas of or potential areas of provincial downloading of costs other than emergency medical response services and report back to council at budget time the estimated cost of said downloading. Estimated total cost. Estimated total cost. So I think that works. And I don't need to speak anything more about it. Along the same lines as we were talking about, I think it's essential to know, we talk about it for years, about downloading, and whether it be enforcement of around wildlife corridors, whether it be emergency medical response services, housing, the list will go on. I think that it's important for us to know that number. And with that information in hand, we'll be able to perhaps advocate, perhaps have a conversation with the province and perhaps with Alberta municipalities. So I would encourage support of this motion. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor Graham.
Thank you very much for bringing this forward. I'm wondering why we would take out EMS in this report. why not leave it in there simply as a line item?
Oh, good point. I was just saying, because
Yeah.
it's already been done. All right, I'll take a friendly amendment there, and let's cut out other than emergency medical response services. Okay. Any other comments on the motion? Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is probably first a question perhaps towards administration. What about federal downloading of costs? Obviously, there's the big one with the RCMP. I was curious if there are other, off the top of your guys' heads, federal cost downloads, and if they are also significant, if it would be helpful to make a friendly amendment to this motion to add provincial and federal downloading of costs.
I'm not going to accept that as a friendly amendment just because we are a creation of the province.
Okay.
And it's a little tougher to determine on the federal front. So.
Even the RCMP costs are funneled through the province.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
our contract with ours, yeah. So I think we're okay with this one as a starting place.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're not like getting missed out there. Thank you.
Councillor Faubert?
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. I'll support this motion. I'm sorry to make more work for everyone, but I feel like this might not be as hard as it sounds because we have a good idea around these things, and I particularly feel very strongly around family and community support services. By not indexing FCSS or FRN to inflation, every year the provincial government is cutting our budgets to these services, especially when our populations continue to grow at plus 3% a year. So this is a downloading, and we have chosen as a community to pay the difference. Some communities don't, they cut services. So I think that we understand one-offs on this. EMS is one of them, and Canmore Fire Rescue. So this work would help us to better, I think, discuss our budgeting pressures with the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Faubert. And I also am not one that would like to just add things ad hoc to administration's plate. But I do believe this is the right time to have that discussion when we're talking about the budget development parameters and direction. And this is something that is integral in our decision-making, I believe. Any other discussion of the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, just looking at the schedule, I believe that we have probably about 30 minutes worth of stuff, and we've only been going about an hour and 35 minutes since we started. Unless anybody's absolutely needing of a break, we'll just move on. Okay. We'll move then to item H2, E-Services Project Scope Change.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Robin Dinaj. I'm the Manager of Communications, and with me today is Shervan Popri, and he's our Manager of IT. And we just have a few brief slides to share with you. I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully we won't have all of the technical problems that we have had before. Let's see. Are you able to see that, or you're seeing? I have to change my display settings. There we go.
There you go. Perfect.
Excellent. Well, and just now, since with the presentation on the screen, we aren't able to see you on our screen as we're presenting, I would just suggest waiting till the end of our short presentation for your questions.
Great. Thank you.
We're here today to talk about current capital project E-Services and to request a change to the original scope of that project. In order to fulfill the objective of the e-services capital project and to improve self-service functionality and to consolidate and expand the number of services the town of Canmore can offer online, we first need to improve the website's hosting platform. So we recommend a change in scope to redirect the funding allocated to develop e-services to instead replace the website's platform to meet town of Canmore's future needs, including launching of new e-services.
And so I just want to take a moment to point out that we do have a custom-made 8-year-old website platform, and it presents significant challenges to support and launch these new online services for the public. And because the website's platform has limitations to receive any support or updates, this increases the overall risk in case of an outage of that platform or failure. So this customized platform of our current website really limits the development of any new functionalities and features because it can't interface or connect with our internal or external data sources. And so I just want to clarify here that the town of Canmore's website that you know is canmore.ca is updated every day, multiple times a day, but the website platform or the framework of it was created back in 2014.
We currently have funding to develop e-services that could be better used to replace this website platform to meet the town of Canmore's future needs, which will help us provide scalable, well-supported services to our citizens, which include launching of e-services to provide the ability to access more services online, improve search functionality within the website so that public can access the information they're looking for, and the ability to test changes before launching new services without impacting existing services. We'll also be building a reliable platform so that the public can subscribe to and receive notifications and alerts, and potentially many more features that could address the organizational and community needs. By updating the website's platform first, we can plan for and migrate incompatibilities in a controlled environment before going live. The existing website will also remain fully accessible until the new one is ready.
We do anticipate that the new website will remain a very, very popular source of information. And of course, we'll work to maintain links to all of our existing URLs to avoid any loss of information that people are used to finding through bookmarks and hyperlinks. And this new, stable and scalable and well-supported website platform that we hope to host the town of Canmore's content on and our critical services on, it'll play a really key role in providing confidence to all stakeholders to participate and adopt and improve our service offering through e-services. So in closing, we recommend that Council amend the scope of the e-services project number 7063 to perform assessment, planning, and implementation activities to renew the Town of Canmore's website platform. And that is the end of our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you very much for the presentation. And I will look to Council to see if there are any questions. I see no questions. So, Mr. Naj, Mr. Papori, thank you very much. And we will now consider this recommendation. So I will move that Council amend the scope of the e-services project 7063 to perform assessment, planning, and implementation activities to renew the Town of Canmore's website platform. I believe that I'm going to support this motion. I believe that this is a very reasonable requested change, and we have to be able to change course when it's determined that such is needed, and that's what I believe this represents. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you to Ms. Dinaj and Mr. Papori for their presentations, and I'm very much in support of this. I will vote with both hands because I fully support upgrading our website. After 8 years, it's very much needed, and I'm very excited that you were able to find scope and budget within a current project to do this, and that it starts now when we approve it. Thank you.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm more than happy to support this motion. I think moving forward, the community's expectation is that our website will become hopefully easier to use and become more of a portal, ideally with less logins, less passwords, and then one access point to the various services that we have now and that we're bringing on stream. And if this is scalable and can expand that, that will only boost the viability and attention that the site gets, which will make our communication and engagement efforts better. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers towards this motion? Councillor Graham.
My background was a systems admin and I have a computer science degree. And the fact that we've had a website that has lasted 8 years is phenomenal. It's well past time to upgrade platforms and move along. Very happy to support this. The increased engagement, the increased communications to our citizens, I think is greatly needed, and I look forward to seeing what administration builds.
Great. Thank you. Yes, the speed of technology is absolutely phenomenal. Technological change, that is. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? There's both hands. Carried unanimously and then some. I will now call on Dr. Cottle to speak to the added item, H3 award nominations.
Yes, I don't have to do that. I will be very brief. I'm here to get council's approval for Alberta Municipality Awards nominations. So Alberta Municipalities gives multiple awards out, I believe 5 per year, that recognize individuals and teams who've made extraordinary contributions to their communities. Eligible nominees must be from a current or past regular member municipality, which we've been a member for a long time. They do, though, require a council motion to nominate. And last summer, actually, Councillor McCollum flagged these awards, and we didn't realize until we were already in the middle of summer break that you needed a council motion, and we weren't going to be back together to get the council motion before the deadline. So we're here today because it's not too late. So Councillor McCallum has suggested 2 awards. One is the Award of Excellence, which recognizes past and present elected municipal officials with outstanding civic leadership who's held office for at least 3 years, and the Dedicated Chief Administrative Officer Award, which recognizes long-term excellence and dedication to municipal government and chief administration management. The deadline is July 22nd, and I'm happy to try to pull the applications together. So asking that council direct administration to do 2 things. One is to nominate John Barrowman for the Alberta Municipalities Award of Excellence, and the other is to nominate Lisa DeSoto for the Dedicated Chief Administrative Officer Award. That's it.
Great. Thank you very much for the quick action on that and for your presentation today. And I'm happy to support those motions. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. Well, it's my pleasure to support both of these award applications. I know that Mayor Barrowman, now Citizen Barrowman, as I know he's happily called, I saw him out with his grandchildren on my way to work this morning, was really incredibly involved not only in Alberta municipalities in terms of growth management, best practices in municipal governance, etc., but he just loved his work. And he loves this town. And every time we would go anywhere, we would meet anybody that was outside of our community, he loved to learn about where they were from, but he loved to play unofficial ambassador for Canmore. So I think Mayor, or I guess John Barrowman would be a perfect nominee. And Lisa DeSoto has had a shelf life in this community as a CAO a longevity that is unheard of in most municipalities across the country, never mind in Alberta. She definitely had the respect of many people across the many sectors in Canmore, as well as connections across the province through her work through CAMA. So I know she's done a lot of municipal benchmarking across the country. Her work with the Olympics and the Olympic bid catapulted her into circles that I don't think she expected to be in coming from Little Canmore. So I also think that she would be a fantastic nominee. And so I'm happy to speak in favor of this action. Thank you.
And thank you, Councillor McCallum, for being the catalyst to the catalyst to this motion. And I think you've just provided an excellent outline for Dr. Cottle for a letter of support for these applications. So thank you for that. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Do we have a copy of the motion that there we go. So I will make the motion then, and then if anybody would like to speak to it further. I move that Council direct administration to nominate John Borman for the Alberta Municipalities Distinguished. Isn't there an excellence in the name of the word? Anyway, that award, and we'll correct if there needs to be a change to the exact name. Award of Excellence, yes. Great, thank you for checking that, Dr. Cottle. Okay, so the motion's on the table, and very happy to support that. Mayor Borrowman, as I still call him, emeritus, has been a role model for me and a massive force in this community for serving for so long in a variety of roles. And to be recognized in this way, I think, is just a small way of recognizing that. So I would hope that the Alberta municipalities will consider our application well if we approve this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that Council direct administration to nominate Lisa DeSoto for the Dedicated Chief Administrative Officer Award. I would echo Councillor McCallum's statement about longevity. I often think of CAOs, like head coaches in the NHL. They get rotated around and moved pretty quickly. And the fact that she was the CAO and before that in senior administration and for so long being part of our municipal operations is certainly noteworthy and deserving of this sort of a nomination. So would anybody else like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now we will move to our final item of the day, I-1, reports from administration, and this is the 2022 financial report year-to-date as at April 30th. And who will be reporting on this? Ms. Richardson.
So this was primarily just a written report for council's information purposes, but we did want to provide the opportunity if there were any questions arising from the financial report. Mr. Irwin is here, and we can try to tackle any questions you might have that arose from reading that report.
Great. I don't have any questions, and before I open up for questions, I would just like to say thank you for these reports coming back to us on a regular basis. They are very helpful, and we certainly do appreciate all the work that goes into them. and the constant attention that the Finance Department has on these matters. It is comforting and very, very good information to have. So, would anybody have any questions? Seeing none, well, we appreciate the information, and that was just for information purposes, so there's no motion there. So I will now move that we adjourn. All those in favor? Carried unanimously.